Hello. Oh, hello. Um, hi, Dash. Joined before the stream started. Um, well, welcome. I was gonna say some things. Ooh. No, it's fine, Dash. You can take as much time as you want. Just take your time, do your stuff. Cheers, man. All right. So, so it's supposed to be a happy day. Um, yeah, I said I was going to. All right. So basically, right. I'm talking to you, by the way. Basically, like after not yesterday, it was this morning, like after early in the morning, and like the oh no. um I was just pretty concerned, right? I was worried about what could have been happening. And then, like, later today, the first message, well, you can see I moved everything else to the other page. But then the first message pretty much confirmed my, like what I had been worrying about, right? So I understand what's going on, and it's like I'm not, I don't like feel bad or feel sad about um what's gonna happen from now on. Like, how do I put it? My main concern, yeah, that's my main source of unhappiness is putting you guys in trouble. That's it, right? So I'm okay, right? I'm okay, but I'm you know I'm not happy about. Oh, hello. I'm not happy about what possibly could have happened because I don't want to be the reason anyone gets in trouble. Right? So that's pretty much it. I'll be back. Okay, I am back. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. That is it. Ultimately, like, um, you know, nothing, no. In life, there are situations in life that are some situations are great, and everyone's happy, and other situations, well, not really the best, you could say. But one thing that is for sure is the not so great situations, they don't stay forever, right? The not so great situations, they really don't stick around forever, and it's only a matter of time. So I'm not bothered. Obviously, like in the long run, everything's going to work out, but in like the short time, it's also important for me that you guys are comfortable and stuff. So yeah, that's what that was all about, right? And I think I've said this before. I'm pretty sure I have, but I could spend like I could spend what in the world is that? I could spend like um I could spend my days in UEFN just now you wouldn't understand then. I could spend my days in UEFN like how do I explain this? How do I explain this? Just hanging, like like you could have like two NPCs, right? And you can make them both talk to each other, and that's great. That's all nice and stuff. But even if they weren't like talking to each other and they were just like hanging out in the same world, that's just seeing them is enough, right? At least for now. Because it's only a matter of time before they get good enough that, But yeah, welcome back, Dash. But yeah, that's it. I think I forgot a few more things. 1 second. I'm going to. Okay. So. Right, let me do. No way. Did I not save this? Oh, I did. Nice. So okay. For starters, it is great that I can still do stuff like in UEFN and Blender and Figma and all my creative tools. It's great that I can still work on projects, right? At least I know that I didn't like make it so bad. I didn't make the situation so bad. Um, and, and yeah, I mean, I mean, yeah. So obviously, I'm gonna keep streaming. You know, we all know why I'm streaming, and I will. Oh, look at that! I didn't finish this um note thing that I was making, but I will continue working on that and just responding and talking about doing UEFN stuff if I have the time, of course. Of course, I have the time, right? I have the time to. I always have the time. I will always have the time. That's just. But yeah, I guess I just wanted to say. I just wanted to say I'm sorry, right? Because I can only imagine. I mean, I don't know, but I can only imagine how it must have gone, how it must have went um, today or yesterday. I don't know, but I don't think it. Anyway, all that aside, um, happy anniversary to me. Happy anniversary. That's why it says that, because it's my anniversary. So happy anniversary to me. Thanks for asking that, Dej. Better set me up perfectly. Yeah, happy anniversary too. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you. Happy anniversary. Right? Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Um. Oh, nice. Oh, Dej. Oh no, Dej. I left Hive. I quit working at Hive. So, but I'm glad you got. I hope the parkour wasn't too hard. um. I mean, yeah. I hope it wasn't too hard. And if you think it was too hard, just know that it could have been harder. But I just decided, like at the end, to make it a little bit easier. But yeah, I left Hive. I no longer work on 1v1 with every gun. That's what I mean. I stopped. Wait, you didn't? Oh, I mean, yeah, I was. Said, please join back. No, I don't want to join back. I want to work on my own stuff. That's why I left. Oh my god. No. Actually, hold on. What is that funny? Press it. Join back. No, man. I'm good. There are so many crazy things that are coming to Fortnite Creative, to UEFN as a whole, and if I didn't leave Hive, I wouldn't have enough time to really, like, you know, I just wouldn't have enough time to do all the things I want to do, so that's why I left. So many huge things. In this ecosystem, your value is based on the stuff you know and what you can do, right? So staying at Hive, not having the time to put towards learning new skills, decreases my value over time. So I left. It's that. Okay. Okay. I got to charge my tablet. Just plug it in. I will be right back. I should actually be using my be right back thing a lot, so people know that, you know. Anyway, be back. Okay, I'm back. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Let's see if we can do some stuff. Okay. Right now, oh wait, what I was doing in the morning before I started streaming, I slept. Today, I don't know, I just, I waited a little bit, after I waited a little bit and then I went to bed. And then I woke up, I woke up and then I waited some more, and then after I went to get some food, I just got the food and I finished eating, and now I'm streaming for the lovely people on the internet. That's what happened. Yep. Oh my goodness. So let's see. Hanging particulate? I think I can start from scratch with this. Let's get that. Oh, that's new. We didn't used to have the grid floor before. Like, yeah. I mean, we used to have a floor, but it didn't used to have a material on it. That's pretty cool. All right, let's add in a the decal material to ground geometry. Isn't there ground geometry? Am I tripping? Anyway. I mean, I don't even know what map you're referring to specifically at this point. But yeah, for my main maps, I'm sort of waiting for some stuff. In the meantime, I'm just messing around with other stuff. How do I set bounds for this? Decal attributes. I wonder if it's gonna spawn like a new one or Hello, Dash. Oh my goodness, yeah, let's see. Oh wait, no, actually in the morning I did do some stuff. Um as you can see I have like that, and I had something else here, didn't I? Damn. Let's bring it back. But I did do some stuff. I guess I'll talk about it. I don't know. Like I'll talk about what I did, kind of. I'll try to talk about it because we're getting something in the next update that um. I don't know if I can. Anyway, I'll talk about I'll not talk about it, but kind of like, yeah. I'll go over what happened, sort of. Um. Oh well, yeah, but like that's the thing. Believe it or not, I'm still more or less like, how do I put it? Like undecided on the map. I'm still, like if we were to say, okay, what maps are you like if you were to just start working on a map right now, what map would it be? Right? It would be the 1v1 map, again, just to get that out of the way. But then most importantly, it would be the social map for which I have designed these objects, right? It would be the social map. Now, the social map, honestly, I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't make it like social focus. It'll still be social focus, but I would shift the focus of the map from being like a social hangout spot to being a map where you could play different board games and stuff. That would be the map. Now, for this board games thingy, some like one of the things that is missing here is something I want to make, which is a player. This music is pissing me off. 1 second. All right. That I want to make is like a player manager, right? So a player manager in terms of the main thing that handles setting up a game between two players. Right now, like you can see, there's that placeholder there, and then there's this. You can't even start this properly, but in the code for it, like when I wrote the code, is it really such a big deal? Well, the thing is, when it comes to making maps, it's not hard to release like 2 or 3 maps, but then, I mean, you could open a new project and publish that, right? Dej, you're definitely not getting moderator. Not after you finish spamming highs in the chat. It's definitely not hard to, just open a project and publish that, right? But when it comes to like full-fledged things, yeah, no, Dej, full-fledged things, you have to put more effort. Now, me personally, I like to think things out. Liking won't. Now you're spamming likes. I like to think things out beforehand, right? So that I have like an easier development process. So basically, there's like the whole aspect of being thorough. Now, even though I said I'm not going to go all crazy and try to make a AAA title, I still cannot, like, I'm still like physically unable to make a thoughtless, shitty map. So there's that, right? If you were to say, okay, go make a map now, like, what map should I make? If you told me, like, if you gave an example, I would tell you the things that I could break down the things that would need to be done, and you would start seeing that, it's something that would take time. So basically, because it would take time to make a, even if it's a week, because it will take time, I would rather, what's it called? I won't commit to it if I can't, like, do it. I don't know how do I explain that. Whatever map I want to make, well, I do want to make, like, okay, let's say I want to make a board game, right? You see, I've already kind of started with these two games, a board/puzzle map. I've already started with these two games. Now, what I'm saying is, with these two that I've already done, something, even this one too, the shell game, also classifies it. There is one thing that is kind of missing for, generally speaking, the board games map, right? If I wanted to make a board game, or even if I wanted to make like a what's it called, mic up, like a social hangout map, there's something that's missing, and that is that's the gameplay manager for all of them. So if I go in here, you'll see that start game, so start game takes in a set of players, and if it's just one player, it would do a thing. If it's not, it would do a thing. Now, how do you give it this set of players, right? Like how do you do this? How do you give it the person who is authorized to make the play? Same with this one, the sliding tiles thing, right? This is supposed to take a play, but I didn't put it because of just, not yet. But again, how do you give, like, the person who starts the game is the person who's supposed to be the only one who's able to play. How do you indicate that? Now, it's kind of similar for every other board game that you're going to make. People are going to play this thing, right? So if it's chess, how do you indicate that this is player 1 and that's player 2? And since most board games are like turn-based, how do you pass the turns around, right? So the thing that's going to handle that's what I call, that's what I was referring to when I said the player manager, like the player manager. So the player manager on its own is just going to be like a component, like just one thing. And the component's only duty, it doesn't really care about what game it is playing, but the component's duty is to specifically assign roles to the player. So your player 1, your player 2, and maybe your player 3 or player 4. And then it's also supposed to handle turns. So player turns, it's supposed to handle if a player quits, resetting the board. It's supposed to handle difficulty selection, all that stuff, right? The player manager thing that I need to make, it's what is going to be the backbone of all the board games that I make. Otherwise, you'd be left, doing a specific thing for this one, doing a whole new specific method for this one, or duplicating methods up and down. So the player manager is important because, like right now, this is supposed to be the reset button for the tic-tac-toe. You're not supposed to actually, and I set it up to reset and start a new game. That's not what it's supposed to do, and it's definitely not supposed to be a cube, right? So, but I just said it so I could, like, demo the game and stuff. The player manager is supposed to handle all of this, the resetting, the starting, all of that. Now, the player manager, how you implement some player manager, yeah, it differs. Mic Up, they have like a thing you stand on, and then it shows your name. Now that uses billboard devices. Heck, I don't want to do that, right? Um, Other people have some other stuff. What I plan is like an indicator. Like I already have a thing in my head how it should look like, right? But for one of the things that's missing is the ability to show the, like, okay, in Fort Who? Wait, no, hold up. It's not hard to track. Um, it's not hard to track who is player one and who is player two, right? That's not the issue here. You would just track player. Okay, for who specifically, it's a two-player game. So when you go in, you're automatically assigned, like, you're player one, you're player two. It's that simple, right? Now these games that I'm making, I don't intend to put them in a two-player lobby. So there'll be many people, and anyone at any time can come and, and some of these games you can actually spawn them on the spot. But that's by the way. The main issue here, which is not an issue, is simply that for my player manager, the way I envision it to be, right? Again, it's not just deciding who is player one and player two. Like it's a whole lot. It's basically, apart from the game functionality itself, it's handling things like resetting, clearing. Like, for example, this stuff right now. It should have a button. It should have a means to set the difficulty. So like it should have a means to set the difficulty. So like how many grids you want. It should have a means to set the image you want to do. It should have a means to preview what the image should look like, kind of like a preview the hints, like how it should look like, and then you go back to solving it. This should have a means to reset the board. It should also have a means to change the board style. It should also have a means to set the difficulty of the AI if you are playing alone, right? That's what the player manager will handle. Otherwise, I would have to make it individually for each game that I make, right? I like to make things that are reusable across many things. And for it to be reusable in various contexts, like for example, this wouldn't have a way to see what the image should look like, quote unquote, right? This wouldn't have a way to like set how many grids. Okay, that would classify as difficulty, right? But basically, it should, like, my player manager has to be generic enough to solve for all potential, like, just ask yourself, when it comes to a board game, what are the things you would want to be able to set and keep track of or manage or stuff like that, right? Like a score counter. In here, that score counter could be classified as a move counter, a timer, stuff like that. Like, you think about all of that and how you would implement it. Okay, how do you visually display whose turn it is to play? One way could be, well, I'm going to do two of them, but first of all would be like having a thing that just shows whose turn it is, right? And ideally, now for me, I don't know how to explain like my vision without, like, I could pop in the blend and model, but no, I'm just not going to do that. But basically, for how I want to do mine is that when it's your turn, like, each player would have a thing above their heads, and when it's a player's turn, their thing would glow and bob a little bit, and then there will also be a thing on the board somewhere. Like, this is on the floor, but obviously it can be horizontal like that. But aside from that, like this is just the board. There would still be like more info, like where would you set the difficulty and all that stuff, right? So I would still put a thing where you would. So in that thing, when it's a player's turn, it would show the player's icon and the player's name. Now you can already kind of see where it's getting iffy. The one major thing I would say right now, like I said, the player manager is not hard, but there's something that is holding it back, and that is in-world UI. Right? That's it. How would I show the play? Right now, the only way we can show a player's name in the world, the only way you can show a player's name in the world is using the billboard device. That's not going to work. Remember I said you could spawn, like potentially you could spawn these, and not to mention, the whole point of me using scene graph is how easy it makes it to set things up. If I want to make 4 games of this board, right? If I want to make 4 games, like I want 4 people to be able to play at the same time, it's literally as easy as doing this, right? That's it. Now someone can come and play this one, and it would, he would just play this one. That's the beauty about scene graph. But if in some part of this workflow I had to use a billboard device, now what that would mean is I would duplicate this stuff. I would have to like go in here and somewhere reference the billboard device. Not to mention, you can't spawn new things. You must pre-place everything. You can't like spawn a new one because you can't spawn a billboard device, right? So, yeah, for now I can absolutely set it up. I could absolutely set it up to, it's literally going to be drop thing there, boom. Anyone can, I could absolutely do that, right? But then, that would be the equivalent of, what's a good analogy? Let's say you want to go over there, right? And let's say your mom says, hey, I took your car. I'm going to be back in 15 minutes. Let's say your car is a self-driving car. So she's not even the one driving. So like the car says it's going to be back in 15 minutes. So you know for sure the car is going to be back in 15 minutes. You want to go over there to carry something that requires a car. Your car is not present, but it'll be back in 15 minutes. And instead of you to wait for your car to come back, you start walking, only to get halfway and then turn back and then use the car again. That's what it's going to be like if I made it individually. If I made like an individual player assigner thing, right? So I know that something is coming which I need to, and that's the annoying part. Even if I made it individual, I like the way I want to do my player indicator thing, it still requires it's I don't like the way other people I don't like hold up, do I the way I want to do mine, it still requires that I wait for the flipping in-world UI. It still requires that, because otherwise, well, the only option you have is a billboard device. It's a billboard device. A billboard device. Understand that if you're using a billboard device, obviously, if we're to go within the realms of good programming, you would just pull, you would create a set and then you would teleport them as needed. But then that would now mean I need to create a way to know where to teleport the billboard. So that would be extra nonsense added to the prefabs, extra nonsense data added to the prefab, just so that the billboard knows where to come to, right? If I'm teleporting billboards as needed. Now, if you're not teleporting billboards as needed, then that means that you're going to make a single you're going to make billboards for every instance of the stuff. And if you're doing that, then that also means that you cannot have the possibility of spawning stuff, right? And that kind of like that just causes you to lose out on a scene graph feature. So now look, this is what I mean by spawning stuff. The social map I want to make, I have visions of where players can, like, you know, go hang out in this corner. Let's say there's a central area with the games, right? But you don't want to stay there and play. You could go hang out in, because it's proximity chat and whatever. You could go hang out in a corner with your friend, and you could just, like, you know, similar to how it used to be as a child. For me, when I would, it would, in the evening, my grandmother would come out and she would be like, and she'd be like, Dave, bring the table. Let's play Ludo, right? So we would sit outside somewhere and set up 2 chairs. I'll bring like a little bucket or something, and then I'll put it in between the chairs, and then we'll plop a board of Ludo, or we'll plop like a what's it, like a Nigerian cards, something, and we would play. Right? You could just like sit down and just, you know, pop open a board and play whatever. It's usually was either Ludo or what that we usually play. But so or in the house, she might be in the living room sitting down on the floor, and then just go there and, like, you know, the way you carry board games to places. It's right now. Ain't no way. I thought I even went in. Right now, like other games, it's kind of static. Like you can't, like you have to go play to where the creator dropped it, right? But for me, I'll have like droppable things, and then I'll have the ability to spawn one. That's kind of the whole point. Thing I love about scene graph is that you can spawn fully functional things. Because even though I know that in quote unquote in world UI is going to be added, then I still don't, like, nobody knows the exact implementation of it, right? And not to mention, you still have to think about a whole lot of stuff. I don't know how to explain this. Like, yeah, you know how the in-world UI is going to be added. Like, if we talk about like, for my stuff, right? What 3D asset would exist in my gameplay stuff? That it's going to be an arrow. Like it doesn't really get more complicated than that. It's just an arrow. It doesn't take. It's something that I have made, and I've, like, you know how I would open Blender and design stuff and close and not save. It's not hard to make an arrow, right? But then, you know, when it comes to the scene graph implementations, at least for me, sometimes you kind of need to do it as you're doing it. You can think about it, but when it comes to the doing, you need to look at other things and come to a decision, right? For example, this thing here, this was precisely measured to be this size. After I came to a certain conclusion, this one was also measured. Like, there is a measurement thing that went on in here. You can't just like casually drop anything. Okay, like, let me see if there's a good example. Okay, look at the tic-tac-toe boards, right? If I go to tic-tac-toe component, you see here that there is a grid offset variable, which for this one, it's 82.2912. That's a value I came to know that I would need as I was making it. So yeah, if I know it's likely to be added soon, why do I not work on a visual? Because how do I put it? I would rather work on the visual when I have to do the thing. What would the lobby look like? Again, it all boils down on what it ends up being. Like if it's a board game focused map, it's going to look different than if I go with a only up like a mic up like map. If it's a mic up like map, then it would mostly be a social area with the stuff scattered around, you know. But if it's a board game focused map, then it would most likely be like a hallway type thing with entries and spots. Again, which also now boils down to the player manager thing I talked about, which for my map will let you, like, there'll be, imagine it this way, there'll be a plot, right? And on that plot, you can choose, like, you can walk up with someone else and scroll through a list and choose what game you want, and it would spawn the game. So if you scroll and choose chess, it would spawn a chess in that plot, right? And then there'll be half as many plots as there are players. So this boils down to the board game stuff. Is it ultimately I'm making like games, right? So there's board game, there's puzzle, and then there's like random stuff. 1 second. All right. So, man, why was I loading in here? Oh yeah, to show the whole. Like this is how they do. This is how he's doing this, right? It's a thing. You stand on a thing, and that's a billboard device. And that's it. And then you can choose, I guess. It doesn't work. This does not work. But like you have this one here, you have that one there, and like this is an open space which isn't really all about the games. Like the games are just there. Now for this one, the player indicator. Sheesh, I would need someone to come play with me for it to show how it is. But like it's like the thing. I think that thing turns on for whoever and stuff. Blah blah blah. But then this restricts freedom. You can only play the game while you're in this space. But for mine, I would like it if the players can like play the game from a more, freer range. And which is why it's more important that I have a reliable way to indicate whose turn it is, as well as show everybody on the board whose turn it is. And also I would need to still have a way to count, like, okay, this player is no longer playing, and blah blah blah. So like there is, oh, that's cute. There is like you can't just half-ass it. You need to think about you need to think about what you want to do, because without thinking properly, like extensively, then your only other option is to write stuff and get to parts where, oh, you're like, oh man, I should have done this way, and then you have to rewrite things, right? Or you just write stuff that doesn't cover all scenarios and stuff. So what will the stuff, like all the aesthetics of the, how do I put it, like the, what's it called, the area, that is dependent on what the map ends up being, right? It's depending on what the map ends up being. If the map ends up being like a thing or that thing, then it's going to shift or change what the thing would look like what the environment would look like. So yeah, you say visual. So if I know it's likely to Edison, why not work on the visual aspect? Visual aspect, yeah, because you don't know the implementation. So I might go like model the thing, and then it turns out, oh, it's going to be a 2D stuff. So I don't need the model actually. I need to make a vector graphic for it instead. And it's like, oh well, I guess I wasted time on the model. Aspect previews. Preview for who? I'm not previewing for anybody. Like, I'm the one who knows. No, no, no. That's the thing. The code. There. Okay. Well, no one else will be joining in to work on the code. Like, the whole map would be made by me solely. And in my opinion, the code is the most important part of it. Because everything else is just assets. Like, it's just. It didn't take me up to 2 hours to make these, right? But writing the code for it took more than 2 hours. Because it may not look like it, but my code supports, for example, it supports different, like let's go with, okay, actually it's a lot easier to just show this. That's why I said, like, why I said, like, you need to think about, like, I like to think, no, you don't need to do that, but like personally, I like to think ahead as much as possible, and I like to make stuff that covers all possible situations that I have thought about, right? Take my cursor, like this whole cursor thing is one of the most comprehensive things that I have ever written. Comprehensive in the sense that if you come up with some idea of like, okay, can I do this with your cursor? The answer would most likely be yes. Obviously, while remaining within the domain of what the cursor is. So you can't say like, can I fly with your cursor? Because I mean, the cursor is for clicking. What does that have to do with flying? But within the domain of all the things you would expect to do with the ability to click, within like chat, I cannot imagine a thing you would say, you would ask if it's possible to do with this as it is right now, and the answer would be no. Right? Like it is just like that. So I like to do things that way. Hence, number one, the whole utilities things, right? For example. Okay. But yeah, apart from making a game, well, you wouldn't know this since you're relatively new here, but I am basically still in my scene graph learning era, right? It may not seem like it. May like, oh my gosh, you've already learned the scene graph thing. What do you mean you're still in your learning era? But I am still in my scene graph learning era, like learning phase. See, this is like an example, right? I wonder if I can, right? Learning era, learning phase. See, like I'm actually still in my scene graph learning era. What that means essentially is that I'm still exploring and getting acquainted with the tools. While obviously I do need to publish at some point, I need to publish something. I'm not just going to publish anything just for the sake of publishing, right? It has to be, because if I'm publishing something, like it's either something that didn't take any effort to make, but isn't, you know, isn't silly, or something that, like, how do I put it, like, I'm passionate about. So yeah. But at the end of the day, the highlight of it all is that I am still in my scene graph learning era. I'm still learning how to use scene graph and do things. I believe in the Abe Abe Lincoln philosophy of spending 4 hours of your 6 hours for preparation. So that's essentially what's going on. I'm still in my preparation, learning. Like it's knowledge that helps speed up. You could try to do something and end up spending so much time, more time than you would have needed to if you had the knowledge of how you could do it easier and stuff. So there's two things: one, knowledge; two, actually like creating building blocks, right? Cursor mode is an example of the building blocks. The SceneGraph utilities file that I'm doing stuff, it's an example of the building blocks. The end goal here is not to publish one map. It's to be able to make maps quickly. That's the key feature here, right? I think I talked about it, where I need to be able to make maps easily so I don't feel bad if they don't do good. And what aids that? It's all about preparing things that you can assemble like Lego blocks, right? If you want to make, I don't know, if you want to make like a prop hunt map, can you easily, I don't even know what example I'll give for this. If you wanted to make something for it or a thing, right? Like, can you easily like create that, or will you spend a lot of time making it? Okay, so this was what I want to say, right? Like well, I wouldn't call them presets. More like building blocks, right? Because the preset, yeah, more like building blocks. I would say more like building blocks. So you can build anything faster. I'm that kind of person, right? That's just who I am, right? Like I do meal prep. So on Saturday, I will go out, I'll buy, like veggies and chicken and whatever I plan to eat for the next week. And then I would spend the day preparing it and, like separating them into portions, like, weighted portions, so that on the days of the week, I just come out, I just grab the little Ziploc bag out of the freezer, I just boop, boop, and then my food's done, and then I go back. That's just who I am, right? But anyway, so here's what I was going to say. In terms of thinking ahead and doing generic things, you look at this. When I play, you look at the animation. Oh, no, let me go closer. Right? Okay. So you look at the animation there. I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to play at this tile. Now, this animation, if you take note, it's going to be different from the other one. It goes down, it has a little bounce. Okay. Now, this one, on the other hand, kind of goes up from nothing, and then it has like a little bounce too. Okay. Now this one. Now this one, like, blew up from a little location, whereas this one kind of rises vertically. Okay. And then I don't even know what this one does again. but it's gonna be different. Oh yeah, this one just kind of like pops in and does a little thing too. Now, the different animation, like the way the different animation stuff is all it's all run like the animation look, like the way it looks for popping is all, it's all created from one function, and it's all like authored from one what's it called, one variable. So if I go in here into this component, I mean, you're not going to see it, you're definitely not going to see it, but here just this one vector changes how the animation looks. And you're also able to like set, right now it was all bouncy and stuff, but that's not the only option to have, really. Like, it's just one keyframe. It's just one keyframe. The average, I'm not trying to diss the average Fortnite developer, but you tell the average Fortnite dude that, hey, look at this, look at that, look at all that motion. And you tell them that it's just one keyframe. It's just one keyframe. Everything here, the difference, all of them, one keyframe, authored by, did I go back or did I go front? Or did I put it somewhere else? Where's the prefab editor? One keyframe, authored by this vector here, which is going to be different for, you know, for all of them. And how I did that was simply by thinking about, like, really giving, obviously we all think, but like really giving thought to like how it should go, so that I can have different animations, different looking animations for different style boards without having to like spend too much effort to set up a new one. If I wanted to set up a new one, I would just change one out of, like, I'll just change it like a lit. Come on, you understand what I mean, right? I didn't have to do any crazy many keyframing or whatever to get fluid animations like that. But it all came down to preparation. And now the beauty of that preparation is that I now have something that I can use for other things. Look at this. This motion here. This motion here, where you have that. All bound to, where are we, sliding tiles? Now for the sliding tiles, it's not, you know, set to be customizable, because honestly I wouldn't really use anything other, like, I wouldn't really use anything other than the one I'm using, which I really like, which is the Windows Fluent, which is what you see whenever you open, like whenever you open a new window. I'm gonna open File Explorer. Okay, I wonder if you can see. Oh, you can. Okay, so open File Explorer. You're gonna see it's gonna open, when you open a window that should open here, right? I don't know if File Explorer is going to open here, but everything shifts over by half a width, and then the thing opens, and they shift over in a, they have a certain easing to them. So File Explorer, oh my goodness, no. Okay, I'll close it and it'll have like kind of the same effect. So look at this. Good Lord. Okay, we're just gonna look at the closing. Like, look at all of them when I close it. See that motion there? Let's have a look. Okay, so let's say, look at that. That's the well, it's not exact, obviously, because this isn't based on. Okay, let's not go into the technicalities. But that's why I'm showing why I like that, because I really like the Windows Fluent easing. So it's not, obviously, if I wanted it to be like, it's not, why am I even talking about this? If I wanted it to be customizable, I would just put an editable, right? That's it. It's not a big deal here. But let's go Fluent, exit. Let's do. This is not one that I would use just because the board has a boundary, right? But if it didn't have a boundary, now that would be cool. Like, it would look cool if it didn't have a boundary. Let's do 5. Go in and go out. All right. So just kind of frame this nicely. All right, look at this. Now it's kind of like bouncy. Now it doesn't look that great. Like, it kind of looks like it's stuttering, but that's just because it has a stupidly little duration. Slide duration. That isn't the component for the thing. Okay, so I can change it here. Let's do like 5. Feels good, right? But what I'm saying here is the benefits of building out stuff. Building out stuff. So it used to be 0.15. I actually like 0.15, so it's snappy. The default is 0.35. So yeah, built out this library, which it actually started out. Um, it started out with this, and even this started out with me because I was thinking about it. Like the main issue here is that we only have what 4 or 5 easing functions, right? We have linear. Let me collapse this. Okay, so we have linear, we have ease in, ease out, and ease in, ease out, or ease in out. Like we only have this, and it's like that's not enough. that's not enough. Nowhere near enough, right? Because there's so many easing functions, and obviously it's all math based, and the math for it, I found this nice website, which let me see, easing.net, I believe, easing.net or easings.net. Okay, so not easing. Let's try easings.net, and if it's not, then I'll Google it. Oh yeah, easings.net, right? And you've got the function here. You got the how it looks over time, and then you have the math for it down there. So I was like, okay. Let's make this. Let's make this because this had like some pretty interesting ones. You have ease elastic. You have like all these ease-in functions, right? Where's bounce? Bounce. Oh, you can see here. Right, I think this one's better. And then you have like a okay. So the whole idea with easing functions is you get extra motion. Like it's basically it modifies your keyframes. So you can have just one keyframe, which the easing function then will modify how the keyframe is interpreted. So you could say my keyframe is go from here to go there, and the easing function says, okay, we're gonna go here and we're gonna end there, but on the way let's move at this pace. Let's do this extra stuff. And we only had 1, 2, 3, and then linear and ease. We only have, like, if you don't have what I have, then if you don't write your own, then this is all you have across pretty much there are like 3 places where which is kind of crazy. So we have here in keyframe movement under scene graph, you have these easing functions. Then you also have in Fortnite Digest, you have in play animation in the animation controller. No, what the heck? Okay, so in the animation controller, animation underscore controller, you have here linear ease, season out, and now with the addition of the skeletal mesh modifier, skeletal animation modifier, I haven't gotten to there, but I know it's there somewhere. So that's I don't know. Skeletal animation. It's gonna take some time. Easing window, I think. Nope. Easing window. Then it should take easing. So now we have this. It's not that. It's really something else. Easable, right? Huh. I'm just saying. So all we have is one out, and I thought to myself, well, when I'm making animations, I don't want I want my animations to look juicy, like Ryuk would say, このリンゴは juicy this. I want my animations to be juicy, like nice and satisfying. That's the word, satisfying. And obviously you can do satisfying animations by yourself, like you can hand keyframe everything, which also has its limitations because unlike the cinematic sequences, which give you a non-linear editor where you can apply different effects you can animate different properties of a thing at the same time. With the animation controller, people don't realize, yeah, it's powerful, but one of the things besides the whole, it's what's the word? No, efficient. Besides the stressful part about animating in code, besides the stressful part about animating in code, you cannot animate two things at the same time. So for example, you see this, like you can't, like if you have this object and it's keyframed moving left and right, you can't add a keyframe to it to move it up as well, right? You have to pre-plan everything prior and put it in each keyframe. So they're like, when you really think about animating with the keyframes in Verse, a lot of things go into it. For this one, for example, I have to have, like, I thought about it, I was like, okay, it's going to be a lot easier to do, like, there's actually another entity that's parented to that handles taking it up, and then another one handles taking it sideways, because otherwise you would have to stop the animation completely so you can add the keyframes for it to go up, and then you would have lost your progress to know how, I mean, you can still like calculate it, blah, 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 but it's all about making things easy. It's really about making things easy, right? So I want my animations to be juicy, right? Like, I think this is this is so satisfying. Just boom, boom, boom. Like, it just does like little bounce. It's nice and satisfying. But I don't want to manually do this stuff every time, and I don't want to, like, when I'm creating the animations, I don't want to like bog my code down with like lots of keyframes. It's always good if you could just write one keyframe to do it all, basically. So that's why I started looking into easing functions. And then, I came to the thing. I actually wrote a whole ass section. This was my first implementation of this, by the way. Please do not laugh. This was my first. Right. So I can't write actual easing function because the class is mapped epic internal. So the functions in this module work around this by taking a keyframe movement delta and returning an array of multiple keyframed movement delta that sum up and animate to the effect by using the epic provided ones, which are these ones. Yeah, deal with it. Anyway, so I have like the thing, and then this is like how I did it was my first way of doing it was that I would just say, okay, I want this object to go from here to there. And then I would pass that in, I would pass the keyframe itself in, and then I would compute, like I would manually break down the keyframes. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah. Anyway, I would manually break down the stuff into multiple keyframes and return that. And then I would then do this. But then the problem I ran into using this method, which actually drove me to, look further and ended up here, was that small duration animations, basically, like little duration animations. So for example, this stuff initially is set up to go at like 0.15 seconds for the total completion duration, which, let me just correct that real quick so I don't forget. Slide it as possible. And then duration 0.15. Okay. And then here, slide and solve puzzle. .15. Why is it slowly moving then? I probably need to like build or push changes or something. Because that does not seem... Okay, hold on, let me see. 1. Okay, so 0.15 is definitely kicking in. I don't know why it was moving slowly before. Probably didn't register fully. Okay, oh my god, man. Anyway, imagine something like this, which is... Okay, I'll take a look in a sec. And I don't know. My side quest brain is like... My side quest brain is has already started thinking about how I would do it. With SceneGraph, of course. That's the thing with SceneGraph, it's so easy now, isn't it? I mean, I'll explain what I mean, obviously. Imagine something like this with 0.15, and I needed to do a bounce animation. The bounce animation would have, you know, I would have to keyframe little chunks at little parts of it. So like at the first 10th of it, I would have to add a keyframe, and then another keyframe, another keyframe. So I would need to break it up into 4 keyframes, where the smallest interval would be like 15% or something like that. So if it was 0.15 seconds, and you were doing 15% of that, right? Then the duration would have to be 0.0225 seconds. So it would calculate that in here. At some point of this, it would do a 0.225 seconds multiplier. Now the 0.0225 seconds. Now the problem with all of this is that in UEFN, if your keyframe durations, if it's too small, it just stutters. Like it just stutters. It just stutters. End of story. This, for example. You see the bump when it hits, it kind of does a little bump. I didn't want that to be. I wanted it to be like a little, you know, bump, like an actual bump, like a little doop. Not a take your time and go up and come down. But when I put it as a key at the duration I wanted, then the whole thing was just stuttery. Right? So that's the problem. So then I now thought really hard and long, and then I kept looking. I just kept going over the epic thing, right? The keyframe stuff, the easing functions that we had, and I cannot click into it. Yikes. Easing modifiers. Yes, I just kept going over them. And then at some point I realized, wait, the easing function is marked epic internal. You can't use that. But the linear animation, the linear one is not. And it has overridable markers. And I thought to myself, I wonder if I can have this linearly, like if I can, because these are essentially handles. It's not shown. This is why like it comes down into like knowledge of just having read the digest. It's not shown here in the keyframe movement module for SceneGraph, but if you go over to the keyframe, you know, keyframe, what the heck is it? Animation controller. What the heck, man? Set keyframes are you at? set, animation, keyframe delta. Yeah, if we go over to the animation controller, in its cubic Bezier parameters, it has this little instruction thing here. And I was like, okay. So the handles, it's a, okay. And then I went in to the wiki and then I saw this. I was like, okay. And yeah, applied the math. Not myself, of course. I ain't gonna do that. Applied the math to the ease modifiers and, you know, got these numbers. And voila. It's not a super accurate representation because for some of the things here, let's not go into it, but it's close and it's nice and it's good. And when I was done with the, you know, the basic ones from the thing, from the easings.net website, I thought to myself, why don't I just like make a few from other libraries, right? So we have material design. This is Android, material design 2 and 3. This is Android. Then we have Apple IO Spring, and then Flutter, and then Windows, which is the Fluent Exit, which is the one that it uses for their stuff. Like this coming up, that is Fluent Exit. And then I started doing a bunch of other ones, just random, whatever I could do to fill, and then some physics ones. Now these are the ones where it becomes obvious that it's not as accurate, because for example, if you want to model gravity, the way the fall increases, it's a quadratic equation, but the linear easing function is subclass from a cubic Bezier. So this one uses a cubic Bezier, but gravity in it, like in the way the change happens, is quadratic. So it's not going to look the same, but I mean, obviously, if you already calculated the gravity, like the distance it should fall and the time, it would obviously get to the point in the right time, but how it looks getting there would not be quite the same if you're pixel peeping. So this is kind of where I said, there's some little, what's it called? There's some hatchbacks, but it's not that big of a deal. And then I did some extra ones. Anyway, credits to Ray. Okay. That was a lot of keyframe stuff. Let's look at the coin stuff. I should close this. Close that. Damn. That's a lot of keyframes, man. What do you think? That's a lot of keyframes, right? That is a lot of keyframes. Holy shit. Well, let's take a little detour and make brother. Okay, I thought I pressed it. No, wrong button. Let's take a little detour and make a coin thing, right? Now, you see, this is one of the parts where it's like, it may not look like it always. I mean, it never really looks like it unless you know what I'm planning for. But most of the detours I take, like nothing is useless and nothing is wasted, right? This coin thing I'm about to make, it's going to be something that I would like put in my map. So there'll be a place where you can go and flip a coin, for example. Right? Just one of those random things where you could just go and flip a coin. You want to make a decision, go flip a coin. Another thing I actually plan on making is a 8-ball. Where you ask it like a question and it shakes and it. Now that one I got the idea from. I think I wrote even actually the coin flip stuff is probably written somewhere. Did I even already start on it too? Maybe. Coin. Okay, no, bottle flip. Okay. But I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't make the coin stuff. It all depends on how you kind of like want to get into it, right? But damn, do you want to see my attempt at a coin flip, or I'm just wondering, like, because I fear that I would start and then I would get to like I would start chasing physical accuracy. I don't know how to explain it. Oh, that's a pretty cool stuff. Pure good enough chance. So okay, in that situation, I can understand like the coin being something you would need to, make super polished, since that's pretty focal to the game. Um, if I were to make a coin stuff, like, I don't know, is there something I can just quickly do, or is there something I should? Let's. But right now, how I would do it is I would have the thing parented to two things. So I would have a parent that only animated up, and then I'll have another, and then I'll have the coin itself animated for rotation. So the coin would have an animated rotation, like the key would just have rotation keyframes, and then it would have a parent which goes up. So the parent would have a like a well, I could, you see now this is where I would just plop in, and then when thinking about the like animations, the things that make or break them really come down to the easing, right? Because that's what you're doing. You're setting how its motion should look. So now, if I wanted to make a coin flip, I would just plop, like, you could start thinking, okay, should I use ease in or ease out, or should I, like, blah blah blah. I would just put like and then you might do like multiple keyframes, so it should get to this place faster and then kind of speeds up. Yeah, you could do that. But I would just say, okay, coin should start from here, it should get up there, it should come back there, and I'll just slap gravity on there, and boom, it's gonna go up, hang there for a bit, and fall back down and stuff like that, whatever. And then I would have I would have the um, I would have the rotation. I would use it. I would have it use something like circ, ease and out circ, because start there once again. This is what ease and out circ looks like. Quad, cubic, quartz, quints, circ. So you see how it like goes up, and then it comes back down. Yeah, stuff like that. But then this is something where like scene graph makes it easier to do, because otherwise you would have had to parent it in the actor and stuff, and stuff. Scene graph, you could just say make this the child of that and move it there. Okay, that's pretty. Yeah, that falls within ways to indicate like what I was talking about, like when I said for my board game, for example, how would I indicate the person who was supposed to play, the person who won, and all that stuff. So you see now that having a thing like having the coin change color, ideally, like normally it's not like that's like okay, that's the expected thing. That's something more of a creative decision to do. Without scene graph, honestly, I would have done the coin animation in using a level sequence, because then you have like the non-linear editing timeline, and you also have the curve editor as well, which would just help you just essentially do this quicker. Anywho, is it now time to get back? Oh yeah, I don't even know why I was just explaining the whole idea and concept of why I as a person, I like to prepare lots. It's so that things are easier. It's so that things are like development is easier. You don't spend like look at this for example. Let's say we're making a game and you wanted to like spawn okay, let's say I was making my thing where you can spawn the stuff anywhere. Whenever I would if like when I would get to the part where I'm supposed to just do the spawning prefab, I would just write prefab dot spawn prefab and give it a position. And that's it. But anybody who doesn't have like these things already pre-written out, they would have to start writing this. So I would essentially, they would have to write, I wonder if there's a word count. There is? Wait, 1, 2, yeah, there's word count. So they'll write 100, while they're busy typing out 167 things, I would just type 11. That's just an example. Like, so right now, I am still, if I say, even though it doesn't look like it's going to sound like I'm coming off as cocky, but I'm still in my scene graph learning era, right? If you ask yourself, what have I been doing for the past few days? It's mostly getting, comfortable with the stuff that we got this update, like that we got on June 6th, which I did not have the ability, I wasn't able to play with because of, doing Hive work. And even then, I'm still like, I haven't even played with everything yet. I haven't done anything with the skeletal animation. The fact that I haven't done anything with the skeletal animation means that I don't know how to do it. So if someone came out and was like, hey, I'm willing to pay $500 for someone to help me set up this skeletal thing, I automatically lose out on that. Because I don't know. And why don't I know? Because I haven't messed around with it yet. So I'm in my scene graph learning era until I mess around with everything. And as well, at least 80% of stuff. Right now, today I spent the day messing around with something that something huge that we are getting next, like in 2 days. It's gonna be crazy. But yeah, I was messing around with that, and then I kind of found out that my cursor stuff might be broken. So that's what I'm actually waiting for my game to update on the other thing, so I could load in my second account and I could test. Yeah. Otherwise, like I got on. I mean, I guess I would have worked on other stuff, but then I started working on that stuff. We're getting so, I don't even know how I feel about this. We're getting so much stuff in 2 days, and I haven't even finished playing around with the stuff that we got last, like the last stuff that we got. Boom, 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 boom. Not to mention, I actually need to go through the known issues pre-release. We're gonna go through the known issues and pre-release stuff. Is this changing? Oh, it is. The font's changed, like, per scale. It's not really going that big. All right, let's see. Can I close this? Nope. Nope. Okay. Hello, Fortnite developers. Bob. Yeah, watch live. Okay, from our efforts. Yep, detailed. Okay. I mean, I already know all this stuff, so I guess it doesn't matter. Then, known issues introduced with this. Yeah. Yeah, and I see this stuff as back then. Damn, I don't even want to talk about it. But known issues introduced with thing. This is something that you only get worried about when you have a map. I mean, I still will worry about this because of the clicks 1v1. Like if something affects me, but you know, for the most part, I think I should be good. Regressions from this. Update this thread. Yep. Okay, so live edit push changes does not trigger for required volume types. Holy shit. Huh. Okay, I think I should be safe from this. I would guess most likely the post process and probably like something like the fort on the ground volume would be most effective. I'm currently not doing much with any of these really. So equipped wraps are not visible on exotic weapons. Okay. Doesn't really apply to me. Events and functions. Holy shit, wait, what the heck? Is this like a... This has got to be a regression. Oh. Yeah, it's gotta be because I'm pretty sure it's working right now. Not that I can... Again, that's something that really doesn't apply to me because I don't think I have any device here besides the island settings. Oh, I mean the guard spawn and the NPC, which I just dropped temporarily, but basically, besides those, I don't use devices. I tend to not use devices. This would have been a pain if I was working on like, you know, I don't know, maybe some huge map that is like a pain in that I have to end the game and stuff. Star Wars Island, blah, I'm not doing any Star Wars thing. Party members may be returned. Yikes. Okay, well, nothing I could do there. Mod bench appears at map origin. Okay, so it's still interactable, but the actual interact prompt appears at the map origin. Yikes. Well, I can see how that would be painful. Let me actually go check real quick. I wonder if it can be interacted with from the map origin. Switching to spectator mode causes both It's visible on mobile. Rip. Rippity rip rip rip. Cupid's kitty's sidekick emote plays an incorrect animation. Okay, so not really affecting me. Nice. So some fixes. Pushing changes does not autosave. Now you see this? I'm glad. I am glad. This is getting fixed. And you know, it's actually been visible on my stream multiple times, but I would push a verse change and it's like it pops up in a dialog box and it's like just no, it hasn't saved yet. Alright, so mod bench, interaction, something widget. Shows it. No, the thing I want to know is like, where is 0, 0 on this map? If 0, 0 is, oh, okay. Okay, so we are safe. And actually that is kind of the reason why I built the entire thing above 0, 0. Because a lot of things just happen to bug around this area. So yeah, it should appear under the map. And it would have been like, usually like in the early days of my creation, whenever I would make like a 1v1 map, I would have like the ramp center. Well, not the center because you can't have the center, but it would be around the 0.00 part. Okay, so I am safe. Okay. Oh yeah, this was very, very needed. But the fact that this has been fixed is what will enable me to, in my music player, which I still am going to make, right? I'm going to have like a volume option there where you can set the volume of the songs and stuff. Okay, so then overriding an instance. This one didn't really. Okay, so this was a bug. I think it was probably someone like Andre or D4G that reported this one. But this is a bug that honestly has been and okay, it's Barbarino. It's been a bug for a pretty long time. So much so that I like usually you would make your mesh and you would override the material. But I just stopped doing that entirely. So pretty much all my stuff, right? Like you would see, I mean, like pretty much all my stuff, like the mesh for it has the material set in the mesh. If you have it like this, you're good. But if you try to put a different material on here, that's what that bug is. Like chances are it just will not. It just won't. It would just be, it's just broken. So I encountered this issue at the very early day, like I mean, this was reported like a few weeks ago, but this whole problem has existed since like last year. And then I changed my workflow entirely, so I pretty much never ran into this when when this guy reported it. That's why, like, part of SingGraph is like knowing the the tools, and the other half of it is knowing what's broken, so you don't think you don't know how to do stuff. Spawn a new round was causing. Okay. Sidekicks did not have an icon component. Now this, yeah, this one I did notice when I made my, like, the thing that puts the name, the picture. I wanted to just give my sidekick a thing, but it didn't have, yeah, basically. And then I diagnosed. I printed the sidekick, right, all its components and stuff, and that's when I found out it does not have a side. I thought it was, yeah. So when that bug is fixed, if I do, and then I like did a little workaround to add my own image to the sidekick instead. Otherwise, it's supposed to like just create for sidekick, and it's supposed to just put the sidekick's picture. But that was failing. Blah blah blah. So this is gonna work, I guess, which would be nice. And then I have to like rewrite this to just work for the sidekick. Not that it matters. That was just like a side quest thing that I made there. But it's glad that it's getting fixed. Oh yeah, this one too. Yikes. Okay, well, that is the known issues and pre-release updates. Good to know. All right, let's get back into doing stuff. Am I doing it wrong? Still, the port 2 is designed, so let's just do that in here. type. Let's say X, Y, Z. Ah, wait. What the hell are you on about? Okay. I thought it was a function. I forgot. It's not. It's just type alias. Ah, this one. I mean, like I thought it was a thing. Like this, but it's not. Okay. So we'll do this. And this should have worked. This should work. I'm pretty sure, because I've done this before. Obviously, I did it before when I was making the thing. But for whatever reason, it's just, yeah, it's not working. I don't know if it's because I was using, I don't even know. So lab component, which should be on here. And then I will have this cursor send agent click events as the event to lab components. I'm going to get my tablet. Am I still on the playtest? Oh, bro. Okay. So the way my cursor stuff works by default is that when you click on something, the components on that thing can read the click, right? But then what happens when you click on a player? So it checks for the components on the thing that you clicked. It doesn't check for the component on, it checks for the component on the thing itself that you clicked. Now, when I made this, we didn't have the ability to add components to the player's pawn entity. Like, you just could not do that. You couldn't add entities to the player either as well. So what I did was create like a relay system. Thank you. That's me. Create a relay system where you can specify agent hit events to specific components, and if you click on an agent, yeah, you can. Well, not to the agent entity itself, but like to the root character pawn entity. You can add entities to that. second. I am setting up. He's a little bit slow. He's on his way. Slowly but surely, he is making his way. Look at my beautiful little cat. I wish there was like a way to just like pick up your sidekick and just like carry him and just like, you know, walk around. Oh my days. Adorable video for today. I don't know if I don't think I actually have anyone because I spent the whole day just not pretty much out of it. Okay. What the heck is going on here? Oh, nice. So, join the world. And then joins the island. Okay. So, okay, so my stuff is not broken. As is very, very clearly evident from the fact that that just worked. Right? Okay. So now, let's see. Okay. And now, so like, what is that about? Is it like is there something? Imagine if it turns out that something was blocking. I mean, I can hardly believe that's possible, but right. So that goes like I'm not doing player I'm going to go look at the code again, but I'm not doing player filtering. If I am, and that's what was happening, then I don't know. I was just like, guess I'm gonna lose my marbles, because I spent like a good hour today or so just looking at this and trying to figure out why it wasn't working. And I thought it was broken, but obviously it's not, because again, but yeah. So in here, when a player is clicked, is going to fire this event, agent hit event. In my cursor mode listener, I have like 2 of these. I'll fire this one, and then I can get who was hit. This is agent hit event, which carries the agent that was hit and the person who did the hitting. And this agent hit event is fired signal in 2 places, right? In the send agent interaction event, a function. And this is only called in 2 places too, I believe, when the filtering for is like, you know, in the trigger candidates is set to everything, and when it's set to agent only. So is it that this isn't getting cold? Let's see. Let's see if it's even getting cold in the first place. If not, then I'm going to think it's probably going to be something to do with this, if it's not. Okay, let's see. I just, yeah. Quite frankly, I don't even need it for what I want to show off tomorrow, not tomorrow, when the update drops. But like, I'm bothered that it isn't working, essentially. Okay. What the hell? No, don't just, no. Oh, okay. Sheesh, I thought it was like crashing or something. Oh my goodness, it's been so long since I've able to work in peace. Like, so my that Fortnite dude, like, look at the lighting. Like, or is it the time of the manager? But the, like, this game is, it's gone from what I used to hate. Like, look at the, okay, the hair is still hair cards, but my cat, my cat has the best hair. That, let me see. Wait, I could just fly. Yeah, look at that. No, come back. Majestic looking hair, bro. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Right. Need to start looking. Okay. So sending agent interact. Okay, so it's not even sending the agent interact there. Okay. I love debugging. I just love it. Let's do print path 1 else print path 2. I don't need this. I need to just be able to like see if it's path 1 or path 2. Okay. This would be so sad, actually. Because how would I... okay, let's see. Actually, now I think about it, it goes even deeper. Because I remember like calling get participants, and it didn't return those two, like the NPC and the guard. Even though get participants is very clearly supposed to return all agents in the simulation. Like get participants is how you get everything besides the players. I don't even know what to say, man. And this is the kind of thing I don't know if it's like a new bug or if it's an old bug, because I don't use those functions often. Anyway. So path 1, path 2. So path 2 being called simply is a result of this failing. So what is this? So this is why it's failing. I know that this is why it's failing. Right? How do I know this? Because I once had it somewhere. But basically, if you did on begin like this here, and we say for no, let's just do okay. If world is play space, I can spell if I can spell. If world display space, then print. World dot get participants dot length. We're gonna do this after 10 seconds just to be sure that the two things have spawned. How did I just write prints down? Print count down. Okay. I'm gonna call that there. Yeah, so like get participants. In the play space, you have get players, which returns all agents controlled by humans, and then you have get participants, which should get all agents. Right? Players or AIs, controlled characters. Like you should get all of them. Now I saw this, and now I'm wondering like how the heck, like what is this register? Like what exactly do you mean by register? Anyway. I am going to play. So it spawned and then 1, 3, 2. So it only printed 2, and that's he and like me and myself. So it didn't like these guys are not in there. So let's see. I have an idea. Let me actually test it. It's enabled P. Where the fuck is Bro? Oh, Brody's up there. Okay. I want to see if it's specifically this. So we'll restart. And I'm gonna summon that guy. 3, 2, 1, 3. Okay, so that player that I summoned up there, he got counted. But the NPC and the guard, they did not get counted. So I have to reevaluate exactly what this flipping participant means, because if it's not all the agents in the play space, then it says registered. You see, the docs are just absolute. I shouldn't say that. I love you, Epic, but the docs need work. And he killed the guy. How dare you? What did you do to my friend? Whisper's still alive. Okay. Let's see. Okay. 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 Okie dokie. Let's just finish this off. On player clicked. Let's do the teleports. Maybe not actually. Okay, I'm gonna do this one then. No, I'm gonna just not do this one. And I'm gonna do this one. Ta-da, ta-da. Okay. Okay. Did I remove the thing? I hope I did. Okay, I did. Alright. Let's summon Berchacho. Oh no. Okay. So well, I'm not gonna say anything, but all I can say is next update, it's gonna be fun. Alright. So, as it turns out, it is not my thing that is broken, it's just... Now I want to think about it. Yeah, okay, so it's the thing that is broken. I wonder... if I switch back to the old method of getting the agent from the fourth character, if it would be fine. I wonder. So basically here, the reason why this isn't firing the agent stuff is because it's failing to get the agent. And it's failing because the NPCs are not apparently not participants, so we don't even check for them, right? Um, let's write the other method. It should be an or statement, so or let's just do 1 equals 1 to silent that. Oh, no, it required, okay, or agents. And we cannot construct this. Okay. Let's not write the or. I don't like writing stuff with squigglies first, so let's just get rid of this for now. Gonna do this. So it's gonna be that, and then I'm just gonna comment this out. So it's ideally going to be or get agent underscore deprecated. Okay. And then we're just going to do the old method, which was to... Oh, we can actually use first. But the old method was to do for component in just the entity dot get components. We would do component. We would do component. We would try to cast it to the default character. Right, and then if this succeeds, well, I mean, if it succeeds, then I guess we can get the agent, right? So I can just directly do get agent. Get agent. And I just need to, yeah, so, and return just that, so just the agent. I need to make sure this is the actual one in the interface. So this was the old method. Well, it was a lot longer than this because we didn't have first. Where was it? I deleted it. But it looked something like this, essentially. You know, so longer than this. Anyway, so we're going to try to get the agent the right way, or we're going to try the deprecated method. And if this one succeeds, this is not going to be good though. I will know if it succeeds because it'll roll back. Sheesh, man. Okay, well, we will know because the thing will move or it won't move. We already know that this is absolutely going to fail for the NPCs. So if it works for the NPCs, then it's going to be because this worked. Okay. I love verse. Verse, my beloved. Verse right now is just it's just a it's just words, and verses like verses right now is just a programming language, but in the future verse, I believe, I don't know if you've seen the movie Her, but verse would be like, maybe we can like put verse in the body. Wait, what am I saying? Anyway, I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with verse. End of story. That's what I was trying to say, but it came out wrong. All right. Oh my goodness, I forgot that I flipping commented out the thing that you need to know, that you need to use, and to know if it's working. Lab spawn on player click. So yeah, player click, it's gonna do that. All right. There's no blending? Now I think about it, what's that about? Okay. Funny thing, you can't like click on it when it's moving. I mean, you can, but like I'm actually spamming, because it's not reporting the location as you're. I don't even know how to explain. Okay, so essentially, the this method, which this is not the intended workflow, and it's going to be deprecated. What that means is the component that inherits from full character interface is going to be gone. If you want like a more accurate timeline of that, then that will be right around right around here. Yeah, right around here. So when we get the possessable component, that's going to replace it. And this is more robust. Ideally, that's what they're saying. Which basically lets you get, like right now, you click on the entity, and what I'm doing is I'm going through all the components and try to cast one to a full character interface. But then soon there will be a possessable component which lets you possess an entity, right? And possession is related to input and camera. So like basically tells, like you can get an entity and you can get what agent is controlling the entity, right? So one entity can be possessed by an agent, but an agent can actually possess multiple entities. That's how that's gonna work. And that's how you would get like the entity, like because when you click, you get the entity, right? The sweep returns entities. So if you want to know what agent is controlling this, you will check if there is a possessable component on it. So you try to get a possessable component, and if you do, then you can just, the possessable component would have the agent field there. So, but until then, I'm just going to leave this as deprecated. Let's just really, really, really mark that. Say get agent deprecated. I'm gonna call it say get agent underscore Okay. So, yeah, crazy. I thought my cursor thing was broken. But I didn't really spend too much time on it actually. Like the whole thing, but it wasn't working at first try. And the reason why I sort of like tried a bunch of things before I ultimately decided to truly try and prototype it, try and debug it, was because I thought, it would have been better. Because the alternate, which is what I did, was to update Fortnite on my other device. But yeah. Um. Yep. This is cool. Huh. Okay. Let's try and make like a post. Oh my god. I'm about to bait them so hard. Oh sheesh. Sheesh. Wait. Wait, no. No. Wait, no, what's that bomb? You know? Okay, we're gonna use Safari. Because people know me as Safari. And they even know the fact that I don't have my hat on. Default. Nice. It's gonna look like me on my alt account. Okay. Um, okay, let's make this look nice. I'm gonna make this like right around there. No. Let me see. I need to frame it correctly. Interesting. Okay. So why is that happening? Only thing I can think of is that is a VFX. Because those are the only things that are not affected. Wait, no, that's wrong. Okay, let's see. Oh. So the gun is a no? Oh, I know, the gun is there, but I didn't have it equipped. Okay. Probably because they're entities now. Oh man, I'm just thinking about how like interesting side effect. Interesting side effect. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Add item distribute. Yeah. So you add it. And then let's do local item. Hide. Which, by the way, is like a custom thing, which just gets much components and stuff. Okay, let's see if that works. That would be crazy. Would it be crazy? Because before you didn't have the ability to just hide just the gun. Oh my. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Oh well, rip. Or maybe. Oh, okay. Oh no, it hadn't pushed yet. Okay. All right. All hope is not lost. Let's check. Oh no. Wait, why does it look like it's hiding for like a second and then like something is forcing it to show again? Okay, let's try this. Stupid floor. I really wish they would give us the ability to turn off, like, building and thingy. Wait, is it pushed or is it still pushing? Okay, let's just press that. Okie dokie. This is like my favorite thing about like SingGraph learning part. Just trying to see if you could do stuff that you couldn't do before. Because now if I can hide stuff like the mini, right? Then I can jank make a custom the ability to hold something. Right? Because back in the day, if you want to make it look like the player is holding something, like something, you would like, oh my goodness, bro just came out of the woodworks to drop that piece of knowledge, piece of nugget. Oh, great, it's indestructible. Nice. Oh my god, did they add momentum? Wait, I'm gonna jump again. Oh no, they didn't. Okay. Yeah, it's a feature, not a bug actually. See, this is how it's supposed to be for smooth. Okay. No. The fact that I can fix that just by like selecting everything, copying, deleting this one, and repasting them. I just love SingGraph, man. All right. No. Like the entity, if your entity is stuttering, it's not SingGraph, Brody. Like you need to check what you're doing. Like when it was stuttering, it was because of a specific thing I did, but like, see how it is? It no stutter. All right, hiding stuff. Oh, this would be like such a nice tweet. Oh, that's my stuff. There we go. Oh no. For that, yeah, keyframes. It's me. Yeah, keyframes for that. And you might be like, oh my god, when did keyframes like start moving the player? It was this update. Okay. Right, so you can't hide things. Let's just get rid of that. Honestly, it was worth the try. It didn't really take much time for the effort. Bro, keyframe has always been smooth. What you on about? That's keyframes too. Like keyframes is the smoother. Keyframes are what you're supposed to use for smooth animations because they have client side interpolation. although they are verse like server checked. You should use keyframes, man. Like, see, that's all keyframes. Like, that's keyframes. Here, this is how smooth keyframes are. I will show this with a much more exaggerated example. I think we can do 50, right? We tested 50. I hope this doesn't crash. I don't want to reload my stuff. But yeah, I'll show you just how smooth keyframes are. It's buttery smooth like. Actually, before I do that as well, I'm going to set this to like not be too fast. So let's do 0.5. So it'll be nice and Jimmy. I hate this. This wasn't always the case. But it should be set though. So, how smooth are keyframes? Well, let's find out. Any moment now. Okay. Alright, so that's the hole. Yep. Okay, 0.5 is a little bit too slow. Is it now? I don't know if you can even see it. Like, can you see it? Training event from Fortnite UEFN. I don't classify like I'm not eligible for that. That's 0.35. And let's do like 25 by 25, so it's a lot visible. I could also just blow it up, but like that's the beauty about SceneGraph, isn't it? That I could just recreate again. Now this. Okay, so it's a lot visible. Just give it 1 second to cook for all the entities that got added. Let's go back and forth a little bit. I'm not less than 18. Are you trying to get me banned, bro? You're not supposed to have a creator code if you're less than 18. So, see? Smooth like butter. It's crazy. Expose me for what? For not being 18? Wait, you exposed me for being less than 18 or more than 18? I'm older than 18, bro. So you didn't expose nothing. 1 second, I need to look at my phone. Yeah, I'm older than 19, my G. So yeah, you see, look at that. And this is with, by the way, 232 ping. Right, 200. If you try to do a move to on 232 ping, well, let's just say it won't be as smooth as this. Because I'm not eligible, right? There's something along the lines of something less than 2 years. Like you must have just exited school within 2 years. I exited school like 4 years ago. So I'm knowledgeable for that. Not to mention, all the things they're going to be showing there is, you know, like, I'm not trying to diss on it, but it's like basic beginner stuff. Yeah. I love when this stuff comes up. It's supposed to add everything at the same time, but obviously that's just not going to happen because stuff is sequential. Like, look at that. Let me do my skin. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's a weird thing as a requirement. It's literally student boot camp. Like, it's for the up and coming. Oh man, I love this. Now I'm thinking about it, I could probably make a pixelizer. So you give it an image and it makes like a pixel thing. How would I make an image pixelizer? I'm just like thinking off the back of my head. Ideally, you want to like chunk colors. So, well, it's not students actually. I don't remember. I don't know if I'm knowledgeable. I can speak. There was a grape in my mouth. I'm not eligible. That's all I know. But that aside, let's start the game. Okay. So I have some of my alt accounts here. I have some of my accounts here. All right. Check this out. Now let's say I want to make it so that um wherever I'm like even like so he faces me. Like so let's say he's over there, right? And then I'm like yeah. And I'm like over here. And I click on him. I want him to face me and fall backwards. How would I do that? Well, you see, this is just going to piggyback to my cursor component being really robust because I can do that. I can do that. Let's do it. And then I'll show like how easy it is. You know, that how easy it is to do that. So target is this, and then I'm going to do source is that. Well, I'm not going to do that. Actually, I'm going to just await the one event. So, results is this, and then I'm going to unpack from there. So target is result the target, and then source is also same. So then rotation, this is the key here. I am going to do rotation of type rotation of type XYZ rotation equals XYZ rotation. Is this a variable? Okay, so click compare, get to that. Let's see. Sheesh, I could, like, I have my rotation. I just want him to look at me. Oh, now I think about it. I was gonna like do a whole get my rotation and then see where I'm facing and then. Okay, no, actually. Okay, it might be a little bit jank. So what I would like to do is to get my camera, because I can get my character's rotation if I do. If Fort car is target, I'll get Fort car, not target, actually source. Then camera rotation is Fort car dot get view rotation. Right, and then I could then do set rotation equals camera rotation dot invert. Never mind. Invert camera rotation. The heck? Am I missing something? Yeah, rotation dot invert. But this is inverse digest. Okay. I see what I did it right first time. So this expects. I should have read the fucking thing. Camera rotation. We're gonna do camera rotation dot to LUF, right? And then dot invert, and then we're gonna take the whole thing and convert it back again to XYZ. I pressed shift. So by the way, to LUF to XYZ are just wrappers for from rotation and from vector and from transform. By using this simple stuff, I don't have to worry about like, you know, specifically mentioning the thing I just read. Convert to this, convert to that, convert to this, convert to that. Just to LUF to XYZ. I love overloading. Okay. So we're going to do this and then we are going to put that in here. And now it should face me. If it doesn't face me, well, I'll do something else, I guess. Okay. Look at something like the look at something like the evolution simulator that I wanted to make, right? TDAS. I just like TDAS. Something like that would be a ton
like would be so much easier if I just waited for this and this. Because without these two things, I would have to set up like the movement, right? I would have to like set up input trigger listeners, input triggers. That's it. That's the second annoying part. I can't even use flipping like raw verse input because we don't have input mapping for like movements. So I would have to use input triggers, and then I would have to like do the math to move the character. And because it would be so janky. So I have two options. Either I put the entity on the player and hide the player, and then use a custom camera to pan down a little bit. And then I would also, not to mention, I would need like let's say the player eats something and becomes bigger, and I need to push the camera back. You can't do that in verse. So you need to have like multiple camera devices for each like distance from the player, and you would now be applying and all that nonsense. And not to mention the camera device has this annoying bug where if you switch targets, it would pan. It would first it would do this weird thing where it would go to the origin of the world. So let's say you're here and you switch to another camera where it should just like switch. It would actually just go to the origin of the world and then kind of like come back and switch. So it would be so janky. What I need custom camera for, I just explained, like the simulator stuff, the life evolution something. Right, so let's say you're a worm and you're there. If you become a dinosaur, the camera should go back. If you don't use a custom camera and you are using the camera devices, you need to have individual camera devices for the distances and stuff. So that's what custom camera will be used for. Inverse. Single F custom camera. And then obviously the character possession is the easiest way to say, hey, as a player, start controlling this entity. So, not that it's impossible to make this evolution simulator right now, it's not. But once you have these two things, character possession, and you have camera component out of experimental, it would be, it would just, like, that's how you should do it. Right? That is how you should do it. And not to mention, right, if we were to go to, let me pull up the picture you sent because it's easier that way than loading up the game. Wow, X is just taking its sweet time. It's always when you need to like load a website or something to show someone something that it just decides to not load fast. What's going on? Still loading. That is absurd. Wait, did my internet stop? No, it didn't. Okay, so it's just X that is doing the thing. But okay, I'm not gonna show this up, but like, the thing where the like the sheesh, bro. I give up the X loading. Let's say so. Look at this. Like, if there are other people, and for myself as well, ideally, I shouldn't say for myself, but like, you see this, William, right? His name, and if I was to go by the Roblox version, which had the like rarity or whatever, if you want to display that, how would you do it? How would you do it? Exactly. So Um, so you would absolutely need, well, it loaded up now. And you would need the whole in-world UI, right? Which was where is it shipped? Bup, 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 bup. This, right? You would need this. Because again, this goes back to what I was talking about. The billboard, only way you can display player's name. Let's not talk about like customizing like the text that shows up on the thing. Your alternative being like a huge ass text material that just sucks up your render budget, your draw call budget. Both yeah. That's just one of the main things. If you want to show a player's name over their head or other player's name like a custom one, besides turning on view player name tags and whatever, your only option is it's in the UI, because you can get the player's name, right? You localize the player, the agent, and try to print that, and it would print the agent's name, right? So, but then that localize doesn't give you a string. It doesn't give you a string. So like, how else can you show it besides on UI, like in UMG, or using a billboard? That's what you need SceneGraph UI for, because SceneGraph UI will allow you to like go into your widgets, right? So you see how I have this thing? Why is it always when you want to show something? See how I have this thing? It would allow you to drag this out into the world. Right now it says a red thing, but it would allow you to drag it out into the world, and it would come in obviously like a plane, because it doesn't. Okay, most people don't know this. I mean, it's not like most people don't know this, but it's not obvious to everyone. But this is being rendered on a plane, UI is rendered on a plane. Like, what I mean, like, the corners are vertices, and you can actually manipulate them just as you would anything in the world. Oh yeah, so nice. So you see, it's more so like, I mean, and then of course you can be like, well, yeah, sure. If that's what you're waiting for, you can go ahead and build out the other environments and stuff and all that. But then it really comes down to the fact that even when that thing drops, there's no, like, who's to say that I would still want to make an evolution map? That thing might drop, and I might get like an offer to work on something else that could be better, right? And then it would then turn out to be that all the time I spent building this thing just went nowhere. Anyway, let's test my teleportation thing. So when I click on him, let's move a little bit forward. He should teleport there, facing either away or facing me. Okay. And to prove that he is rotating to face me, I'm just gonna open him here. So now he's not facing me. What am I doing? I'm getting my view rotation and inverting it. So, okay, so he's not facing my position. Instead, it's actually his like facing location is based on my camera. So if I'm like looking here and I click, my camera is pointing in this direction. So it's going to invert that, and then it's going to have him. Well, that's the inversion, I guess. Yeah, I had an idea that I had a feeling that was gonna happen. But you see, so it's based on the camera, because I'm using the camera rotation. So now I'm just gonna make him look at me, which again is easy because I have my thing here. So target there. They're gonna get default character this. And I'm just gonna do like both. T this and car S is, good lord, I messed it up. So let's say target and source, right? Then set rotation. Oh my goodness, set rotation is we're going to make the target, so foot car T dot look at foot car S. Right? Then this is foot character, and that is foot character, and the look at function, well, it expects a thingy here. So we're just gonna do dot get transform dot translation, and of course I forgot to put the thing. Copy, delete, and then boop, boop, paste. Okay. I should have a get look like a, yeah, I should probably fix that now I think about it. It's always good to like increase the knowledge, and then you realize, oh, I should have done this way. So here in data retrieval, I had like this for spatial objects. So you just do get location, get rotation instead of get transformed or translation and all that stuff. And now I'm thinking about it, right? This was possible because I was subtyping creative object, which pretty much had this specific thing in here from creative object interface. Now creative object interface it was interfacing positional. So that's where it was getting this from. Now positional is also an interface that is happening on the Ford character. Right, so Ford character is also getting positional. So now if I try to use my utilities here, this one to just get location, because ideally I should just do that. Like I should just get, and the beauty about this other thing, because it's like transact, I can put it in the if statement. So instead of doing all of this, it should really just be get location, right? This is going to give an error because I specifically asked it to do thingy. I'm just going to put this here. Dot that, and then this dot that. And then I could just do this. And then this. Now, now, like when I wrote this function, I didn't really know much about interfaces. Like my first time doing using interfaces was with the cursor component stuff. But now that I do, it's simple. I just replace this with positional. Right? And when I do that, it's going to check for the subtype here. So it's going to go in, and now this is going to work on the get. Now it's going to work on anything that inherits that interface. So yeah, knowledge and knowledge is great. It's good to know stuff. It's good to know more stuff over time, and revisit your old things and make them better. Okay. So code is a lot cleaner. Get for character and get location. So the whole deal with this is that Brody should look at me now. When I teleport them, they should look at me. Okay, so be from here. And okay, so he's going to look at my character. Now I think about it, I should have made it so he looks at the camera. But it's not going to be like, it's going to be like very almost indistinguishable, really. Right? But the thing is, if I were to put, if I were like put my camera here, now you see how he's looking at me? He's not going to be looking at the center of the camera. He's not going to be looking at the camera. He's going to be looking at me still. Right? So if I did this, kind of like here, then he is looking at me, but not at the camera. So a fix for that would simply be to get the source and not get the location, but rather get view location. Which is then the location of the camera. Now, that is going to work still, but it's also going to not look so like it. Ideally, what you want is for him to be facing forward at the not at the camera, but on the screen. And now I think about this, there was no way to reliably do this in the past, right? Like have him facing forward on the screen like this, but not necessarily looking, because right now he's facing forward on the screen. I can do this. So right now he's facing forward. Well, not exactly, but he's not looking at the camera, which would be here. Now if I did this, now he's looking at the camera. If I did like this is a very, very close one. So now you may be like, why is he looking that way? It's the thing with rotation. rotation does not update. Like if I move him a little bit. Right, like the first time, the rotation is not updating properly. But that's a rotation, it's not even like a Fortnite specific thing. It's just about like network, like online games and how they handle caching player rotation. Sheesh. All right. But for the basic part, I don't know, am I making him look at me still? But for the basic part, this should be working pretty good. So, from a distance, it's going to be like, oh, he is looking at you. Okay. Now, for the main event. Don't judge the animation. It was free. Let's quickly make something to make that look nice. Nintendo, don't come for me, please. height of 2 meters. I don't know about that. Okay, that's good. Please, Nintendo, don't come for me. I'm just a little boy. What do you call this, man? The tunnel? Lesson on the score. Nintendo, please don't come for me. Okay, good. None, buddy. Don't do anything for me. I didn't ask you to. Definitely don't do that either. Report. Come up, pile verse. Don't do that either. Okay. Oh my days. I didn't even click save. Alright. Do I have a void? I do. I can actually. I imagine not. It's one of the first things I make when I make a project. My void material. Which is going here. No. Green. Nintendo, please don't come for me. Actually, the mesh that I made would pretty much suck. Like, it wouldn't do the thing that it's ideally supposed to do. Right? Because there isn't, like, an actual thing in here to render. Good lord. Thank goodness I did. I knew something was off when I made this. I just knew that something was off. So let us give it a body. Damn. So we'll delete this first. And then select this. And then select this. And then we will bridge that as well as coalesce this into a body. I just had a feeling. Okay, so flip. Calculate outside. Anyway. Okay. Or maybe I should just actually. Hide, select, delete, faces, shift is all, hide, select, delete faces. And what is going on in here? Okay, H. And we will just add into that top. Did I? I can't tell if it's the shadows that are messing with me. It's not. Okay. Oh, okay. So we are all good. Good. Yeah. Actually forgot to check. Yep. So select assign. Re-import with new file. No, not Mario. It's not the Mario. I just couldn't think of anything. There we go. Yeah, let's move these to the top. So take both of them Okay, nice. And then S, Z. You can just affect the location. Do like that. Oh no, you got me. Oh. And the tablet. Actually, the tablet. It could die, actually, now I think about it. Not die, but like I can. Alright, so did I do it right? FE overwrite. And then import. Okie dokie. There we go. Much better. Let's set this back to 64. No. Okay, that's better. Two-sided should be off. And now that is truly better. Okay, maybe that's not. Let's move it back on. Because I know. Come on, let's go to the bottom one. Okay, that's just for the tweet. And I'm done with you. Don't save. Do-do. Okay. So I'm just preparing for the tweet. That's all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Duolingo. Oh no. Only 18 minutes? What the heck? Why didn't you say something? Stupid owl. No, you're not stupid.
Chat.
Oh, chat.
Italie.
Cheval. A.
Mon petit, hein?
A. A.
Mon petit chat.
Une université française.
We're not speaking in this lesson.
Une université française.
Journaliste.
Une université américaine.
Okay.
Une université.
Il travaille en Italie.
Oh my goodness. I put the B instead of the space. No.
Je suis en France. J'étudie en France. Angle.
En France.
Un. Un.
Okay, there we go. And of course, all the accepting and stuff. Accept. Boom. Yeah, why look at me, man? Like what you called me. So the second one is always going to be like more accurate accurately rotated, because the first one I guess to do like 100, maybe much of that. Okay. So, what is the verdict? Two XP boosts activated. Earn double XP for the next 10 minutes. See how they're trying to get me to stay for an extra minute, even though I've already done the lesson? Okay, so I look at Brewer here, and I click, and he's facing the camera, like he's facing me, but like in the camera wise. Okay, let's go that way. Let's do that way. Yeah, go there. You go there. No. Bam. Okay. Vertigo does not want to be kicked. Yoink. Alright. Okay. Okay. So let's play it a little bit with this and kind of see. I was actually gonna do like a paint thing today. I just damn. Alright, no, actually no. Now I think about it, the paint thing was after, but this came earlier. So let's finish this. We have an info and a wait. See if we can add some extra stuff here. We have the play rate, play count. Start position. You can actually start at this. That's nice. Blend in time, and then blend out time. So let's add these and see if that's going to make it better. Okay. My bad, OG. Blend in time. The animation is 8 seconds long, so we can be very generous with this. And blend out time. Let's do like 5 seconds. I kind of want to see it blend really, so we will exaggerate the blend out time for that. And hopefully it does, like, I mean, I know what it's going to look like. It's going to just slowly move to the blended out position. Okay. Oh, man. All right.
You go there. Okay. Please don't be janky. Did it? What do you mean it finished playing? Wait, is the animation not 8 seconds? Am I tripping? I'm going to lose my shit. Probably, yeah, then. Okay, so let's just do one thing at a time. Right? We're going to do blending and see how that looks. I wonder who was in here, the second person. Are you you? If you are you, then hello. If you are not you, well, it's okay too. Wait, hold up. Is blend in the... This is blend in. Why is it blending out? Like that right there? That is a blend out, not a... No way, man. Okay, let's see. Blend out. Brother. I mean... Okay. I hope this isn't one of those things where it's like you have to like restart the session or something. So this, you have an instance that you can kind of like manipulate. So the state has blending in. Okay, it just gives you the state really. And then you can stop it. You can await for these events. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Now I think I understand. When the animation has finished to blend out, when the animation is beginning to blend out. So the blend in and blend out are both representing the end stage of the animation. Right? So trying to wrap my head around this because it's just ridiculous if it's what's happening. Now, normally, let's say you had an animation, right? Let's do something where we can blend. So add camera, and let's say you had like this camera was supposed to play and then go to your player character afterwards, right? So you would do that by setting the camera to can blend, and then you would use this. Brother, let me pick it. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my shit. You'd use this to blend out, and you could also blend in. So this is blending in, right? So it would blend in from, so the camera, let's say the camera is there. Blend in would move you from your current camera to the camera, and then blend out would, you know, do the opposite. We'll go from the camera and move you back to your original. Ooh, what was that? I can see the camera. It'll go from the camera and it will move you back to your original camera. Let's do constrain aspect ratio off. Okay. So blending will move you from your camera to the camera, and then blend out would move you back to your original camera. So blend out should be this portion and blend in should be that portion. But essentially, what it seems to be happening with these variables, these named arguments here, is that blend in is kind of like here and blend out is like there. If we're going based off of the explanation that is given here, I could probably get like a longer animation and then listen for these events to see exactly when it's happening, but I just cannot be bothered. Because the way I don't know, this animation I have right now is not the best to even test this out. To be honest, it is just not. Not to mention I'm also teleporting the character, so I can't even see the starting part of it. But at the very least, if I don't have blend out, then it should be snapping back. It should be like, once it falls, it should snap back and not blend back. Well, there isn't really much here besides these three, really. Blend out. Ideally, this looks bad, like right now. Like with the animation, because I'm blending from, you know, from a downed position back to the getting up. Ideally, you would chain the animation with a standing up animation, and then you'd blend the end of the stand-up animation to, like, you know, like just a regular Fortnite idle animation, and it would look good. I wonder, you're not able to, yeah, so this just takes an anime. Like, it would be nice if you could like pass in like the way you can pass in an array of keyframes and it would play each sequentially. It would be nice if you could do that, but you can't. So you'd have to like manually link them in and out and stuff. We're gonna try that too. I want to make it look nice. Let's start. Move out of the way, buddy. All right. Okay. Yeah, there isn't even a there isn't a stand-up animation here. But I cannot complain, it was free. Plus I just wanted something that worked with the that was rigged with the FN skin. FN, like with the, you know, the UE mannequin. Okay, speaking of UE mannequin rigged stuff, I was also going to test a bunch of other stuff that I had. I have some animations I got, which I added to a project. I just need to migrate them. I have so much stuff. They call me the hoarder of free things. Alright, we're going into the big brother of UEFN. The place where you can make whatever you want, for real, without any limitations, realistically speaking. We're going into the place where Fortnite itself was made. Is it going to be scary? It's gonna have more stuff. I'm gonna be scared. Don't tell me it failed to load because of a single plugin. That would be stupid. No way, man. Alright. Let's open the editor itself. Thankfully, the animation pack is about 400 megabytes, so I should be able to download it like fairly quickly. Now let's make a third-person template for this. Animations. Blueprint, desktop quality, starter content. Create. Okie dokie. Oh. It's Unreal Engine. Or you can just drop in and just like that play very quickly. Yeah. Okay. We gotta close this though, so we can re-add the thing to it. So library. I'm just gonna go to. I don't think it's going to be in the library anymore because things are now here in Fab. Yeah. Okay. So animations. Animations 100. I'm going to add it to here. Oh, nice. I just want to get like a flow. I wonder if there's gonna be. I don't think there's gonna be a falling one, but let's see. Bad RG. Should be where everything is. I'm going to go charge my tablet right now. I'll be back. I'll be back, but it's not like I can do it since I'm doing 2 years. Oh, it hasn't even finished opening. Alright. Boy, am I glad I can run all of this. What the heck? Oh yeah, he's gone. No. GG's, maybe. GG. GG. It is my time. Oh, no. Doesn't look like it, but it is. Come on. Oh, no, brother, no. Okay, there. I wanted to. Oh, I actually caught it right before it changed. Hold up. I wanted to get a picture of my thing. Right. I guess I'm so smart. I can just send it to myself on Discord, and then I can open it. Right? That's what I meant. It's my time. Anyway. And we are in. Just making sure I don't have. There are so many animations. What the heck? What this? Is that like a pool? Yeah, VP diving. Okay. All right, let's see. Is there like a fall somewhere? Charge, stick to the wall. Lantern. Oh, okay. Fly. Is it like fly? Sleep. Sing. Maybe they're singing together. Speak. Monday. Okay. Idle. Sheesh. Idle. My flipping wrists. It's 'cause the chair is lower. Felt it. All right. What's going on here? Paper treasure is like walk forward, right, start. Forward. Okay. So this is all like walking, and then probably for like blend spaces and stuff. Not that I know what that is. Okay, so I'm guessing this is walk, back, left, stop, pivot. Okay, yeah, it's all like for, you know, doing the walk stuff. So there are no falling things. And you may say, why do you need a falling thing? Because, you know, because I mean, clicking on them teleports them to, I mean, obviously I can change where it teleports them to, teleports the player to, but currently I have it set to, on player clicked, it will teleport the player to just the middle of the world, which, you know, is where that is. So it would make sense. Like my entire island is not, you know, it's lower than, you know, let's say sea level. If sea level is origin, then this is actually a little bit higher than sea level. So that's the origin. And the reason why I had it there was so that, you know, yeah. Okay, I'll leave it like this. So yeah, you're falling. So I kind of want to start off with a falling animation, kind of. Cursor's gone. So I don't think the character here that starts is playable. Auto receive input, no. Let's try that. Why is this thing still opening? Oh, right. I only configured it in UE. Okay, so that's why I can't move. All the flipping input actions are nowhere to be found. I don't know why I'm trying to fix this because like I just wanted to come in here, get the animations and put them back. But I'm curious. Right, I am curious. Ooh, there's so many stuff. Okay, well, rippity rip rip rip. So what am I going to use then? Sure, let me take a look at that. Alright, it's gotta be something. Oh, so it's for the camera. Let's play this then. Oh wait, I think. Yeah, so this is probably what he used to make the showcase video. Isn't that nice? You could just set this up and you know, hit render to movie. We can't do this in UEFN. I'm so jealous. First videos I wanted to make like cinematics and stuff. I considered getting a 4K monitor just for that purpose, so I could set the in-game resolution. Because here you can you can do all that nice and stuff, but because you can't, if you want to make a cinematic, then you are limited to what your monitor resolution is on here. And of course, there's the whole screen recording and whatever it's doing to your stuff as well. Anyway, let's pick something really quickly. I'm gonna go with like the fly. There's gonna be like a fly, like a landing thing. I'm gonna use that. So instead of a fall, like instead of an ungraceful, ingraceful, non-graceful, disgraceful. Instead of a fall and that, he's just gonna land from flight or something. Oh, wait, let's see. I wonder if I could just detach my camera, because that's how you see the animations, right? Yeah, I can. I love you, bro. I love you, P. It's just the best. Okay, that's like sitting down, stunning. Oh, that's swimming. Oh, wait. Damn, I thought it was flying. Well, you never know until you play the animation. Okay, no, not there. Actually, I could probably like start from like the middle. Okay, bro, chacho. Oh. So that's kind of like not flying. That's just from the ground up. Sheesh. That looks promising. Oh, okay. A jump. Maybe not that. Okay, so just as I thought, these are all for like the blank code thing. Is there no thing that I can use? Are we dead ass? Oh. Oh, never mind. Okay, so that's all idle. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. You know what? Okay, it wouldn't make sense to do the swimming thing. Okay. Okay. This could work. Yeah, this could work. This could work. Why is it exporting so many things, bro? I just want the animation sequence. Right. Okay. So, I'm gonna export to Fortnite projects. Okay, so we're gonna change that with I'm gonna change that with a. Okay, it wouldn't make sense to change it with a sit because, like, the sit would be in the same place now, wouldn't it? There's no sitting on the floor, Brochacho. What are we doing? There's no line on the floor either. Alright, let's just chain it with... Oh. Oh, okay. Hold up. Perfect. Gonna chain it with this. I hope I don't have to do like retargeting or whatever. Content. Okay. And then get up. And go into an idle. Yeah. I want to do like 3 things. Okay, so let's have something that starts from idle and then like goes into a like something that moves around, kind of like this, but a little bit different. Just so it looks like I did something more impressive. Oh, that tweet is gonna be awesome. I don't care about followers obviously, but every time I post a tweet, I always look to make new friends. Stroke my ego. Right. Yeah. I was not expecting that. Holy. I know. I like this is actually the first thing that I bought. Like out of all the stuff I have. Actually, oh my goodness, actually that's true. I just realized. I don't think I haven't. Oh, no. Holy moly. Thank goodness. I just realized. I just remembered. Yeah, so Fab, right? Go on Fab, and then there is free for the month. Ooh, okay. So this is free. Like, there's a free for the month stuff, right? I'm just gonna claim professional. I don't know. I'm probably gonna never use this, but it's nothing. It costs nothing, so I'm just gonna take it. So usually I mean I stopped a while back. Like I just stopped really, but there was a time when I was very every like Tuesday, every first Tuesday. That's when it's usually back when it was back in like the marketplace. Every first Tuesday of the month, there'll be a bunch of free stuff, right? So nice. So pretty much everything in here, were free things, and you can imagine how many times, like how many months, because it's usually like 1, 2, 3, and whatever. But everything in here were free stuff, right? Except for, except for the animations thing. That's the first thing I spent money on. This is the the one that I have, the free one. Except for the animations thing. And I didn't buy it at full price, I should add. It was on discount, right? But then let's see if I can go to the store page.
mistaken.
No, I haven't used any of it. Like, this is my first time using it. So it was on discount, and I was like, wait, I thought to myself, like, I plan on making one of the maps I plan on making, and like, oh man, is a what's it called? One of the maps I plan on making is a visual, like a not a visual novel, but a visual novel, but like with like branching paths. Like I don't know if you've ever played choices or episodes, right? Choices. So would you play? Oh, I collect all the stuff. This game, choices, episodes, like, and the OG one back when I used to play it on a flipping Nokia 2699. 2690, I think it was called. Nokia 2690. Yeah, this was not my first phone, but I used to have this phone. I used to play it on this, the OG one, the OG choices. So I thought to myself, this would absolutely be so nice for that stuff, for like that visual novel, to have all these animations. And then also for like the My Cup map that I want to make. Right now, I wonder if I could do this actually. Right now, people use the chair device. Like, people use the chair device quite a bit, in Fortnite, but almost no one ever bothers to, I love that I could just do that while the game is playing. That's so cool. But almost no one ever like modifies the default sitting animation, right? So I thought to myself, for the mic up, I will have many spots where you can go hang out and stuff. And when you sit down, it wouldn't just be this, right? It would, like, I would use, like, one of these, right? More interesting stuff, right? So that's why I bought this specifically for. Because it not, like, how do I put it? The animations are very polished. Right? Let's go to an idle so you can see. No, maybe like a block. Like, the animations are very, very polished. For the price at the time I bought it, the animations are very, very, very polished. Wait, no, I should show something with root motion animation so you can see. Look at that, like, actually very polished. When you contrast that to, again, for the price, right? I mean, sheesh. Look at the free one. Right, look at the free one. Like, look at that. Like, the leg goes into the ground. There's like, you get the point. Anyway, so I looked at the animations. They were pretty polished. I was like, okay, this is a steal. And so I copped it. Because I do indeed plan to use it. I need to, like, it's better with, yeah, something with, like, root motion so you can see. Like, maybe that's not very good. But obviously you can fix that by speeding it up a little bit. Oh yeah, nice. This would be good. Look at that. Right. Okay, maybe the hand thing there was not too perfect, but still. It's still alright. But generally speaking, these are like really polished animations. So, no, what the heck? So yeah, I bought it, never looked back, and now it's coming in handy because of the thing that we're. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil. Is it even a matter of spoiling? I don't think it's spoiling. Anyway, I am Shift F1 Okay. So I've already got, man, I forgot what I did now. I've got the falling one. I'm going to like start from like the middle point of, yeah, of this one. This is the jump for joy. Yeah, I'm gonna start at middle-ish, so it looks like she's falling, and then I'm going to go into this one. So she falls, and then she gets up. Okay, it would make sense if she gets up and goes down again. So then she gets up, and then it goes into an idle. But I want something that's like truly idle. So not doing much. Oh no! She gets up and then she does some root motion thing, so she moves a little bit. These ones are so. This ones would be good if, like, if I had to do this, I would have to like put something in the hand, and I don't even think I can do that right now. This one would be good if I didn't have to like couple it with the. Oh, I didn't see this. Okay, so I could actually just use this one for the teleport thing. So drops and then falls, but then it doesn't have like a get up, which is kind of the main issue here in the first place, that this doesn't have a get up, so it'll just blend to, like, it'll look like that. I need a stand up something. So actually, that is crazy that this doesn't have a stand up thing. Let's see. Oh, okay. Why is it sideways, bro? Okay, so this would have been good if it wasn't sideways for whatever reason. Let's look. Okay, wait a minute. That's boring. These ones are not for like, yeah, these ones are not for, like, you have to like combine these, absolutely. Oh, there's another idle section here. So jump. And then, wait a minute. Is bro trying to rip us off? Idle 17, stumble and fall. Idle 8, okay. So it's like probably, okay, it's a little bit different. Okay. If I blend, is it time to learn how to do the whole rotation? Let's chuck this one in there. What's the worst that could happen? cartwheel and then go back and then stand. So we're definitely going to use this idle. Okay, it loops. Last time I did a lot of animation stuff was when I was making the Squid Game map. Oof. For the guards. But that was like with Mixamo animations, and usually Mixamo has like animations that blend from pose to pose. So if you want a walk animation, there'll be a start and then the middle part, and then plus I was using cinematic sequencer as well, so what was that? Yeah, it was, everything was sequenced. Migrate to so that will be the final one. I just need something with a motion. I could do like a walk animation. I don't know actually. Because if you want to do a walk animation, like right now this, you would have to move the player. I think you can do that actually, but I don't know if it's going to look stuttery. So after this animation thing, maybe I should try that, like clicking and moving the player, like moving the player around. Yeah, you know what? I'm probably just do a little bit of that. No, that's just too boring. Honestly, we're gonna wing it. Worst case, we will blend and she would just do a weird rotation sideways. Where you at? Okay. Asset actions, migrate. Now we are ready to set off. It's usually like a, not like a race, but whenever a new feature drops, it's either immature, crisp. Well, crisp is the one target, is the major ops. Bro always posts the stuff first. Like when I, damn, it's not. It's obviously I'm not. You know, it's all fun and jokes. But when we got this, right? Change media. When we got this feature, like Crisp had already posted about it like about 3 hours. Bro, it's just too fast. I think I've gone too far. Okay, I definitely went too far. Aha. This was it, right? Yeah. This was it. I'm very want to set up a demo with the VAT with the movement stuff. Speaking of, back then you had to like use VATs and stuff, but now we got skeletal mesh component. Like it's you could like actually use you could use actual animations and stuff. Like how cool is that? But yeah, 12 p.m. and then you got me coming in at like 5 p.m. It's my little post because I had to like set up. I had to make the mini flashlight and stuff, and I was still very a SingGraph beginner there. Not to mention I had shitty internet that day too, so like the update just didn't download too quick. But this time will be different because I am preparing for the tweet 2 days in advance. Why do you care so much about the tweet? You know, I don't, but I'm just trying to have fun. Okay, so I need to restart UEFN so I could see the stuff. Okie dokie. You know, the thing is, in life, we do. Oh wait, sorry, man. I don't know how I scared you, but sorry. In life, we do a lot of things. You know, we write exams. We do stuff. Like, it's not the end of the. You know, it's not the end of stuff. Like, it's not the end. Doesn't matter really. It's perfectly okay. I should have brought in a sitting animation. Why did I not do that? There's a chair. I should have literally brought in a sitting animation. Is it too late to do that now? Yeah, it is. Exactly. The strongest face the most difficult challenges. Then come in and clutch. This is not the end, and it doesn't really matter. It's perfectly okay. Yeah, perfectly okay. Not to mention, that is half plus half of half. So. Okay. Let's see. Should I do the chaining of the animations? Or should I do picking up a player with the cursor? I could do picking up a player with the cursor. How would you project the stuff? I will do like the range, the distance at which I pick up the player is I'll keep them at that distance. That's going to be a little bit harder actually. Picking up a player with the cursor will be done when I am making, because that's the project stuff, right? Should I just go to sleep? It's like 12. It's like 12. And maybe you should go to sleep too. I face problems with sleep. I'm going to try to sleep, but then I will end up realistically sleeping by 6 a.m. and waking up again by 10 or 11. Okay. Oh, Nice. Isn't it cool that you can actually do that now with physics? Like, just you can apply an impulse to the player. Like, how cool is that? You could actually make your own catapult in the true sense of the term. Okay. Unless you meant a physical one, so. Which would be a whole different situation now, wouldn't it? Oh. Animations. Animation is a whole. That's why I will forever be in awe of my little brother. Bro just picked up, Roblox. Like, Brody just started animating. Like, yeah, I know the concept of animation and stuff. Like, if they were to say, hey, make this animation, or to save your life, I will be able to make the animation to save my life and everybody else's life. But like, I haven't actually ever animated something. I'm like, okay, I wouldn't call myself an animator. But my little bro, he just picked up the thing and just cooked. Right? And he's actually so good. Like his animations are so cool, so clean. And it's like, I don't know how to explain the fact. Like, when I say he just picked up the thing, it's like when a child just playing with marbles and doesn't know what he's doing. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. Yeah. I love Vesper. It's almost a funky relationship. It's gone past the, oh, he likes the programming language. No. It's true love. True, and I say this as someone who's who was a computer science major. It's true love. What version I have? Undeniable. Yeah. Okay. Let's man, I kinda wanna get off. But I don't want to get off because it's the anniversary stream. And it's gotta be 10 hours long. Download MetaHuman, scanning myself and trying to create an animation of catapults. Well, I mean, the reason why I'm not too hung up on animations, like, there are a bunch of things that, tools that can make the thing, a lot easier than hand. Like, the era of hand keyframing everything it's not dead, but like, it's not the only way right now. Right? It's not the only way. Shit, I don't know how to explain it, but just know it's my anniversary. It's okay, let's say it's the anniversary of the happiest moment of my life. So I celebrate it judiciously. Not religiously. I don't know how to explain the words. But it's my anniversary. For the tests, for the exams. Well done. Yeah, when it comes to animations, I do not stand by the shitty things, man. I like, my first purchase on the Unreal's anything was an animation. Oh, thank you. It was an animation. Like I care about like clean animations, if anything. I care about clean animations as much as I care about verse. But I care about verse more though. Yep. Okay. Now, let's see what to do. Yeah, me too. Me too. I feel the same way. I mean, obviously. But I do feel the same way. I feel the same way. Even if I can't type it, I feel the same way about with the tiny text. The tiniest text. NPC settings. Ooh, we're actually getting something with the NPC. You know, I can't say. We'll just wait for the update. But it's gonna be really nice. But I feel the same way about the tiny text. Let me make my own tiny text. Bam. No, it's not inside info. It's not inside info. It's I guess like it's just yeah, damn. to say. Don't want to break my NDA. It's just so yeah. Sheesh. What to do? What to do? What to do? Oh my day. Yeah, I mean Yep. Even an NDA. But it's not that big of a deal, really. It's not that big of a deal, really. Legal cheat. No, 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 no. I do not even know how you want that. Okay. It's there is no, like, how do I put it? Like, think about it this way. Think about it this way. No, there's no you can't like hide it from the stuff on the what's it called on the screen. But think about it this way, even if I know stuff, right, which I don't, I can't release the thing first because I don't have access to it, you know? I don't have access to it, so I can't. It's not like I can release anything first. I don't. You're literally seeing my editor here. So I don't have access to. At least not before you do. Well, it's not exactly hidden information. Oh, oh my god, no, that is so cute, bro. It's okay. Sheesh. Okay, okay. There is? What server? But then again, you say new features. I doubt that the person has actual access to, you know. Oh, I don't know. I like I thought you were talking about someone who yeah, who was sharing like from your like on your Discord. Mm. Well, if you're going to sleep, I hope you all have a like I have someone here who's going to sleep. Or who's going, and I hope you have a great sleep and yeah. Man, my heart is kind of like doing a little, it's doing little acrobatics in there. But yeah. Well, not as it. No, it's. I don't like. It's only a matter of time, right? It's only a matter of time. I make a lot of progress. That's a big ask. Ah, there is no yeah. 7 months out of many. 7 months out of forever. Let's go. Okay, I need to get myself in a happy. I need to be, yeah. There is no need to be sad. There is no need to be sad. Okay, there's nothing to be sad about. That's the yeah. That's more appropriate. Okay. A lot of progress. 3 tweets on one stream. It may not look like it, but you know, I like on this stream I made a lot of progress. Right? Like I actually made a lot of progress on this one stream. Well, not this stream specifically, but today. Well, I mean, yeah, this stream today. So for one, it's my anniversary stream, so that is like the biggest. Nothing's gonna top that. I was almost not going to be able to make it. But you know, the motivation to be here was stronger than the than whatever would have caused me not to do it, not to make the stream. So the stream in itself, That's a huge progress for today, well, slash yesterday. And then, of course, you have like the little verse things and whatever. But the stream was the main. Like, this stream is worth like 2 infinity tweets. Like an infinity plus an infinity amount of tweets. And then you got, I don't know, like some other stuff I did. I did quite a bunch of stuff. May not look like it, but I did do a lot of stuff on like the first side of things. The main thing with being like hugely productive is that I gotta give the supporters what they want. But the main thing about being productive is, apart from making physical things, like making a physically, demonstrable, what's that a word? Demonstratable object. When I learn stuff, that also counts as productive for me. Okay, let's do the animation stuff. Since I already have the animations here, let's just do a chaining together. I'm going to do it blindly, and then I'm going to launch session and hope that it all just works seamlessly. City of K, animations, idle, and then I'm not sleepy actually. I'm not sleepy. I was just gonna get off, but now I can stay on and do a longer stream for everyone. Because okay, so this is going into Z-test. Okay. And then well then, no sleep for the grinders. No sleep for those who work on UEFN stuff. Let's pick this one. Oh my goodness, did I like botch it? Let's take this one. Tends to put like on the correct thing, so we'll use this. And Oh. Well, welcome to the club. I also do everything myself. Well, as is evident from this. Okie dokie. I wonder if I can have like a preview animation here. I know the idle one should play in loop at the end, so that's gonna be like that. The stumbled fall should also blend from this one and then this one. So it's the jump for joy that I absolutely need to preview, right? So I can know when to time do the start. Then I'll switch the skeleton back. Gonna do that. Well, I mean, yeah, you can't be best at one thing. That's what most people think. But the truth is, you can. If that one thing is doing everything. Think of it that way. Never thought of it that way, did you? Okay, so we are going to start from, well, not there for sure. We're going to start from here. So I'm going to start from here, but it's going to blend because it's going to teleport, and then like most of the body would be inside the green stuff anyway. No, I mean like everything. Whatever you're doing, if you're dabbling in everything, if you consider everything as one thing, then you can be the best at it. How fast you will be the best at it is a different thing entirely. So let's see here. We're going to start like there. And you're teleporting this, right? Where is this actually? 0, 0? Yeah. So you're going to be teleporting that over there. But obviously, starting at the hips, which is going to be negative 168 divided by 2. So you're going to start here. So it's fine to kind of have. It's fine to. I know I double clicked. It's fine to have. Oh, we can actually select both. Let's see. I will take device. I'll take this mesh and I will put it in here. Apply. Bada bing, bada boom. Any solo developers who currently have successful projects? Yeah, there are tons of them. Let's take a little break here so we can take a look at my friends and others. Okay, let's start from the top. Raider 464. BHE. Jehovah. I mean, you ask still a developer. He does make all his stuff himself for the most part. Frost Mouse. How much of himself, of any of these guys, I don't know. Because, like, you know, are you going to know if a person bought a pack or, you know, whatever? But, you know, they are not teams. No, not Neferty. This guy, I believe. Is it the same person I think he is? Yeah, so he doesn't make his stuff by himself. Right. Oh, Weeplo. There you go. Canduk as well. We have right next to Redipper. I mean, he's a studio. He is a studio, like you, a one-man studio. But I mean, I don't know if we should count Weeplo. Like Weeplo is, would I say out of our league? No. You don't understand. Like he is a. I'm gonna find the tweet. I'm gonna find the tweet. Or you can find the tweet. So you can see like this is why comparison is the thief of joy, and why people should never compare with each other, because you don't know other people's you know, like circumstances and stuff, right? But look at this. Find the thing. Can I find the thing? Like there is us, the little guys who are, you know, who started in this space doing stuff, right? And then back then I would see like Weeplo's things, and it's like so clean and just like, well, except for now, but just like everything, right? UI and stuff, like his stuff is just so clean all around. And then one day I saw a tweet and it was like, oh, that makes sense. I'm trying to find the tweet. Like look at this, man. Imagine being a beginner developer and seeing this. Right? Like damn. And then bro comes out. Wait, that specific one with the pointers thing? Why did I block, bro? Oh, I didn't know that was the one you were referring to, I guess. let's see here. 22, 22, 25, right? We're just gonna go down there. 22, 22, 25. We got a long way to go. Oh, schmuck, did I? I think I overshot. September, October. Is this normal acting stuff? Yeah, baking normals. We know. Don't worry. What am I looking for? Well, it's all about. Yeah, that's cool. Oh damn! You're trying to make a catapult. That's what you're trying to do. Oh my! Did I just like go way back? What the heck? No wonder. Wait, October. We need to go all. Okay. Let's see here. Did he delete the tweet? That'd be crazy though. Anyway. Oh wait. Oh, hold up. I think it was like a private. Have I been looking at the wrong place all this time? Hello, Volak. Hello, Politions. Anyway, we play. Not competition. Bro is a senior developer at. Who the heck makes a set of Corsa? What's going on? Oh man, I don't know, I can't talk about it, but like something cool is coming. I can find my first game. I'll start when I start.
start whenever I start. I have all the time in the world. Damn. Wait, are we? I didn't know. I didn't know you were. I didn't know you were doing that with me. Why wasn't I informed? Okay, so we're gonna start from here, from that's 2 seconds. Like, what the world is this? 59 frames, 2 seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna start 2 seconds in for this one, and then we're just gonna do the others kind of, you know, the same. Okie dokie. Let's pop it open. Let's actually rename this to I'm not gonna rename nothing. Jump for joy. Target. Okay, let's just duplicate this like this, and then we will do there. This one. And then we will start position in seconds. From 2 seconds. Right? So that'll be the first one. And then we will blend out to stumble and fall. And then we will also then blend into cartwheel and back. And then we will finish off on idle breathing, but this is going to loop, so loop. With no blending time. Actually, let's keep that. All right. To make this 0.25 across board. Okay. And then it just kind of I want it to stop. I want it to stop when I click. And this should kind of like take a little bit of time too as well. So then this is going to just go forward. 308. Yeah, I don't think this can be stopped. So if you want to do the thing, then I would need to do play. So then, just play. Okay, so then we're gonna do sleep. And then instance. And then instance. There's that. Is this, so this would kind of play this, and it should, so the race would actually be in here. So this goes back, and then this kind of goes there. And the race would be between anim instance dot completed event. Oh, wait. It'll be between, what are you doing here, bro? It'll be between this and this. Okay, so if not, then when you click, it'll do the thing too. And I think this should work right out of the gate, right? No problems, no nothing. Just work. Let me just go over the logic again. So it's going to run this. I wonder if I can check the state of the gameplay animation controller. Yeah, this doesn't really give you much. Like, you can't check if it's in the middle of playing an animation, unless you collect all these instances and kind of pass them up there. Oh wait, no, but it at the very least, play an on character, it gets called there. So this kind of spawns the one thing, and in this one thing it will loop. So you can't, you can't, if you click, it's not going to signal, like it's not a subscribe. So this has to finish before you can even click again. Oh, nice. Yeah, I like when the way you write code, you like, sometimes you write some code and then you like go further and you're like, oh my, no, this might be problematic, but then you take a look back and you see the way you wrote it initially kind of just makes it impossible to break. I like that. Okay, so play, play, play. And then we start a loop. Now this loop is between, like, this starts playing, and then we simply wait for it to either finish or wait until we click again. If we click again, this will end, that will terminate, and then it would oh, okay, so you click again, it should not just break, it should actually stop. So then stop. Yeah. I mean, I'm not as professional as you are, so I kind of have to, you know, I just kind of have to think about it a little bit so I don't make a fool of myself. But today I will be doing this first try. Let's see. I'm just gonna build. No problemos. No problemos. All right, on session. Drum roll, please.
Drum roll, please. Is it launching? Oh my goodness! I just had a feeling. Why is it making it private, bro? If it doesn't work, yep. I just knew it. Something was going. What do you mean you're making it private? I mean, if we're being real, that map was it was way ahead of its time, right? But I wouldn't say it was code heavy. Like, if we're being real, you need to make a new one. You need to make anything. All right, let's look at this. I had to do a little thing right now, but let's. Okay. Good lordy lord, the animations are. Retarget soloist. Wait, let me see. Scene graph, breathing. Retarget soloist. Reason property override. Oh. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that was because of like, what's it called? Being imported from the thing. Well, we'll find out. Is it gonna validate? Or is it gonna throw up a bunch of errors again? Yeah, well, I mean, I think, I don't know. If we're being honest, I definitely got inspired by him. Like, if I'm being honest. But we don't talk about that because the color changing pit was my sole idea. Again, it's crazy, but that color pit of a thing that I made was purely to prove that I could make the pit in less than 3 hours. Like, that was just it. Okay. So if this works right now, first try, then I will actually move on to, I don't know, it's not tweet number 2 really, but damn, I don't even know. This is like the tweet. Right? It's like the tweet. Okay. Okay. It's gonna be okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready or are we not ready? Like, please just work so I can get off of this, right? Like, let me say, she's gonna do like a little forward flip thing, which again goes sideways. I'm actually scared. Let's see. There's no root motion, brother. Oh, the flip actually went well. Okay. I mean, a lot could be said. Damn. Ain't no way. It's not. The logic is flawed. No, what am I doing? It sends here, so this should definitely fire. And then if M target is target. I mean, is it not? Stop leading instance, which is this one. And then break. Let's see. Oh, no wonder it breaks, but like this is a race, so it's just going to loop over again. So let's do this way. Right? We will say result is race, right? Where result is, well, comparable because we have that there. So I'm going to put this in a block, and then I'm going to have this say 0. And then I'm also going to have this break. Well, let's put this in a block as well. Right? And then when this breaks, it's going to say 1. Right? So now result will be an int of type 1 or 0. And then I can check if result is equal to 1, then break out of, this loop. Okay. So if we came out of here, then it will break out of here. But if we came out of here, then it will just continue. Right? All right, let's see. At the very, because basically right now I should be able to like click and it should restart the whole thing. Then it's not. And it's because it basically does not even exit the loop. Okay. It may look like I just started the game and ended it again, but I honestly just okay, then get up into the cartwheel, cart back, and then go into the idle. And start. Start. Alright, let's kind of... While the animation is playing, let's go examine and see where the flaws are. Okay, that blended well. Okay, so that is trying to blend out. It should absolutely not blend out. For the idle, blend, 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 blend. Start position. Let's kind of have that a little bit early, so it's not floating and just like falls in. All right, so I just compiled this, right? And just now, I pushed the verse changes. And just now, the verse changes, finish pushing. Is that order? All right, let's start the game. And we can see again. This time, the problem is like it looks bad, the animation, because this floor is down there, right? And then there's a lot of floor interaction. So I'm just going to shrink that to there. Right. Nice and out of the way. Okay, so let's Alright. And then blend into the, oh no, that little stutter there. Oh, that's good. That is good. Oh, what the heck? Let's see, what can I do to fix that? I mean, specifically, like this should play when it completes. Let's see. Should I, if I make it not wait until it completes before I start playing again, then like, will it not stutter? Let's look at the start position, right? Okay, that cancels. Alright, so let's not start there. Let's start. Let's not even blend in after the jump. And let's start at like 4 seconds. Now I think about it, we don't really need to blend in at all for most of these because the stuff like the animations go from, yeah, I think so. Like the blending out is going to, it's not blending. Okay, so it's not blending to the next animation. It's literally blending to the default pose. Oh, okay. So yeah, absolutely no blending whatsoever. Because the animations themselves, they actually end at the, they all, you know, end perfectly at the same frame. So no blending, just do this and play, right? Which means I could just do, well, let's do for this one for sure. Okay, let's leave it as is. And this loops that one. All right, let's do it again, check. Oh, has it already pushed? Damn, that was quick. Okay. Okay, so damn, I don't even know, man. Shit is not good. API sucks. And I have the feeling like the stand-up was not supposed to do that. It was supposed to like animate a little bit backwards. All right, let's see. So I removed all blending completely, and it just does not do the thing. Like it's almost as if it is. When it reaches the end, it like waits a tick, and that's what we're seeing here, where it flutters a little bit. In which case, maybe we should have some blending, right? Let's see if that will solve it. Blending. Game over. Are we playing? Okay. Oh man. Happiness in life. What is happiness in life? I know it is. It's something the world has constantly denying me from. Look at that. That is global illumination at play there. You can't see the green thing on the screen, but it's still you know, casting off of the thing. Lumen. All right, let's see the new stuff. All right. Birdie, time to play some animations. Okay, I was about to say it's all good, and then it did that nonsense there, but it's okay. Did that again, man. Why you do that? Is there no way to loop the animation without it? Okay, let's up the thing. Right. Let's up this a little bit to 0.1. Okay. Character's not right as well, man. What the heck? Okay, so it's the skeleton. Yeah. I need to retarget or something. Let me see. It's my first time clicking on this. Sheesh. Yeah, okay. Sheesh. Oh my gosh, bro, I have no idea. I have never retargeted nothing. Alright, let's not give up. Let's like right now, right about now is the moment when I'm strongly feeling just just give up or something. But no. No. Alright, so we have let's see. We're using SKM Quinn. Okay. Damn, the thing is retargeted too. I don't even understand, man. But we are going to so they all use the same skeleton, which is SK mannequin. I wonder if I have that. Someone looked at you and said, "Hey, Junior knows what he's doing." Absolutely do not believe them. Like, don't even give him the time of day. Because I have no idea. Like, at all. What the world, chat? Where are the animations? Oh, the transitions are like, they weren't in the thing, but they do exist. Oh. Oh, okay, so the transitions were sort of like, okay. They weren't in the demo that I was looking at earlier, but they were indeed there. That makes sense. You like, this is, yeah, just totally worth, like, it's okay. Well, for now, let me just sit to idle, sit. Okay, so it's like sitting, and then this is like that.
standing, then this is just sitting. So you have like everything to make everything really. Right? But I'm looking for a chair sit. Just a loop. Okay. Okay, that works. Hands down. The chair doesn't have hand stuff. Nope, no hand stuff. No back stuff. Let's just go with this one. Yeah, let's just go with this one. Migrate. I'm not even gonna flipping touch nothing. Just migrate like this. Okay, let's Oh wow, UEFN crashed. Nice. That should be enough actually. Okay. Wow. Tired. Sheesh, man.
First off, let's bring in the chair. Device. And then custom set animation. Sit. Okay. Mm. All right, well, that's that. Then next would be what am I even doing this for? I just need to get like I need to get a basic understanding of animation pipeline in UEFN, like character animation. I've never really delved into that area because, well, we don't exactly have actual animating tools. I'm not one to spend my time learning hanky-janky workarounds with shared device and player reference or whatever. Although the player reference, I don't see that becoming obsolete though. Anyway. Yes, I know validation failed. It's not my first time. It's not my first rodeo. Okay. What the world? The stream seems to be doing an oopsie again. Okay. Okay. What the heck, man? I'm actually about to lose it. Not gonna lie. If I run fix up one more time and it doesn't fix up the thing, I'm gonna lose my marbles because this is not worth it. I don't even know what I'm even trying to do anymore. Okay. No problems. Well, never mind. Oh wow, I know where the problem is a texture. I just clicked fix up. Why didn't I do the fix them up? let's just here, this is what you could do. You can go back, and then in the filters you can filter for unsupported, right? And that's going to show you all the things that are unsupported. So go there and delete. And you should be good. Don't forget to check it off. Okay, on session. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Skip. Disallowed reference to. Brody, can you like go out of the way? Like. That actually pisses me off. The fact that just stays there. Okay, so there is a material in here. It's actually kind of cold now. It's cold now. Spare brother. Okay. Chromatic curve. Let's see. I'm actually see exactly. References. Blend. No. Oh, there's a custom node in there. Ah, custom node, my beloved. The one thing we can never have. Like, we can never have this. Then you think about it, and whoever wrote this stuff, were they just lazy, or like what's going on? Because this is not something that needs a custom node. Or like, rather, what? Man, I feel like we're not supposed to have this either. Because what is this? Oh, Carapace. Okay, we are so you can have this. Anyway, this is exponent of negative s by s. So, let's see. We're gonna do never say never. No, we are literally never gonna get that. Multiply this by -1, and then multiply this by itself, and then pass that into an exponent exponential, and that is what is going into the custom node. So call it laziness. Brody just did not want to drop these 4 nodes in. Because Fortnite as a thing runs like it's something that does like, how do I put it? The philosophy of Fortnite is that it's playable on all devices. Cross-play across all devices. Most people don't realize, but that's something Fortnite did first. Did they? I don't know if they did it first per se, but like, I'm pretty sure they did. Where, like, before Fortnite, like, you couldn't really cross-play across devices. You know, like Xbox didn't want people on PlayStation playing games with, you know, and so on and so forth. But like, so that's the Fortnite bit. That's a Fortnite big thing. Playable on all devices, right? Supporting play with each other. And one of the important features to that is that one of the caveats that come with that aspect of Fortnite is that they have to they have to obey the rules of, well, of all the platforms they support. And there are some platforms which prohibit running custom code, custom user code on them for security reasons, right? So usually consoles for the most part. So most consoles prohibit running custom code that, custom code as in when Fortnite compiles for the Switch, for example, all the code that is going to run on the Switch is visible in, is visible in the compiled whatever. But if you were to put a custom node, right, if you had a material and like in a material like the custom node, like if you write custom HLSL there, that is running on the hardware. It's not the same as Verse, for example, which is obviously, it's like when I say custom code, it's not the same thing. I'm too sleepy to explain this properly, sorry. But basically, that's the reason why we can't have the custom node in UEFN, because if you did, then people could write custom shader code, which would run on the devices, which the owners of the devices, like the companies who don't allow for security reasons. So a lot of things are a security reason, like related, even custom fonts as well. Don't even get me started on custom fonts or whatever. It's all about that. It's all about vulnerability and just security, because the world has people who like to do bad things, people who like to exploit stuff. Let's see. Why was it? Oh, sorry. Flash discontinued. Shut down. Yeah, see? Something as simple as... Anyway, whatever. Constant security. There are so many things that could be exploited. Things that don't seem, obvious, like how the heck will you exploit a font? Or how the heck would you exploit, exploit custom node and material? Like, come on, bro, be real. But, it is true. Heck, even PDFs are not safe. Alright, so that is fixed. And then disallowed reference to this, disallowed reference to blend profile referenced by SK mannequin. How is it referenced in the, oh my god, it probably came in from the flipping. Now this one, if I cannot like fix it up, then the only option would be to delete it, unfortunately. Which is not realistic. Damn. Okay, let's try again to fix up, and maybe we can have it clear. This is taking me back to like early UEFN days, when I would try to I should not fix it. When I would try to import a level, I would download a pack in UE, and I would try to import it into Fortnite, but then the pack would have, like, I would try to import the level entirely into Fortnite, but the pack would have like the level itself would have references to things that were, you know, disallowed and stuff, and it just wouldn't load. And oh, man, it was so stressful. I was like, what the heck is this software, man? Creative 1.0. I mean, I definitely did not miss Creative 1.0, just to clarify. I'm just gonna do this so I can like launch session at this point. Yeah, I might just, I don't know. That's why at the start great. Nice. All right. I just give up. That is actually kind of sad there. I'm just too tired. Because the alternative to fixing this, the way to fix it would be like going back into the Unreal Engine project and removing the blend profile thing and re-importing it, and I just cannot. I just can't. I just cannot. Oh, my days, man. Okay, I have deleted everything, and now I'm just going to launch session. Oh my, what the fuck? Oh right, the chair. I think I should just like sit down and just do something. Like one of the things that I said I would do, I just sit down and just do it. Let's see what this is about. Hmm. I was gonna try and do this today. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, let's say, what can I be happy about that I've done? Oh, this is pretty nice. But it wasn't. need to make stuff. All right, so maybe tomorrow I'll like. I mean today or something. I don't. Well, I don't even know. I will work on the. Now that this stuff is finished, like the pointer and stuff. I was supposed to do it today, but today I got the news and then I ended up like working on this stuff instead. Right. But yeah, the music player I'm actually going to wait because I might do it with the UI stuff instead of like a physical thing, just so I can have like nice animations and stuff on there. But the cursor item. So cursor item, I think I'll just prioritize making that today or later today or so. Yeah. Or maybe I should make another board game or something. I don't know. But for now, I am about to get off because it's almost 7 hours. Plus, I'm actually a little bit tired. I hope you all have a great day ahead. And I hope you finish your catapult. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Good night, everyone, and see you next time. Cheers.